Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, May 13th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry. I'm going to be chairing the meeting from our boardroom. Also here in the room is Patty Clapper, one of our commissioners, and our other commissioners are joining us from home, George Newman, Steve Child, and we're waiting on Greg Poshman. And thanks to Grassroots and to our admin and IT staff here in the room. Rich, I'm going to check in with you for additions and deletions to today's agenda, please.
Yes, thank you. Commissioners, Rich Engel, our Deputy County Manager. John will join us a little later on. He's tied up. But in the meantime, yes, we do have one addition to the agenda. Based on yesterday in the internet interruption, John was unable to have his COVID report. So we'd like to add that to the agenda right before the land use item, if we could.
Okay.
Before land use?
Yeah, so after the dog leash discussion.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds good. Any others?
There was a request for a variance on Rosemary, and I'm assuming that'll be taken up during that topic.
A request for a continuance.
Yes.
Okay. So we understand that item number 13, the resolution approving the Rosemary Circle LLC activity envelope, has asked to be continued. I will go ahead and open that public meeting in case anyone has called at that time when we reach it on the agenda. If there are no...
And that continuance date, if approved, would be the 24th of June.
Okay.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
Is there an intent to discuss the Board of Health recommendation for the variance? I didn't know if you wanted to add that also, Rich.
John, that will be John Peacock's COVID-19 update. So that's when, at the time when we will discuss that item.
Got it.
Okay, if there aren't any other additions and deletions to the agenda, may I ask for a motion to make those changes?
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Second.
Patty moved, George second.
Aye.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, and let's move on to public comments. Do we have any folks on the line who would like to make public comment? Please introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes. Okay, I see a phone number 310-849-4228. Are you here for public comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please go ahead.
My name is Lee Mulcahy, and Kelly, you are my neighbor. You live a block away, and I think it is very unfortunate that you just want blood. A couple weeks ago, I just wanted to say it's very difficult for myself and other people to get into the APSHA to make public comment. The number just is always busy. But so thank you for taking my comment now. Last week, Steve Child, the county commissioner, said that basically I say the same thing every time. Well, my response to that is I wouldn't have to even bother with this if the county that has created APSHA, Quasi-Judicial Housing Authority, that is trying to evict my family from the home that we built, would just simply follow the law. And he also, Steve was a friend of my father, but he also said that this whole situation is unfortunate, and they were looking for a way to try for my family to keep our home. Well, he explained that the meetings that you did because I brought in 2,000 signatures asking for 15 minutes of this committee's time, that I have been deprived of that in a public session. And Steve said, well, we had private, secret executive sessions. If public officials are meeting on the ability of them to get a family that built from their own home, why can't the family be involved in those sessions that the public is all kicked out of? I just think that is damaging to democracy. Now, I don't know how much time I have, but
You have another minute.
your attorney, in writing to the Supreme Court the last time it was in the Supreme Court, and it's going back there, we have three more different cases that will end up there, should we lose. Your attorney wrote on page 1 that I did not bring up constitutional issues. Would you like me to cover that, or I can also cover just one of the many ways that you broke the law?
Lee, you have about 15 seconds.
So I'll do that. You know, I have two other people that would like to speak on this if my time is up. But in my first filing on the state case where your attorney said I didn't bring up constitutional issues, I wrote this paragraph consists solely of legal conclusions.
Lee, we're starting to lose you, and your time is up. Is there someone else there
Okay, well,
who'd like to
here
speak?
is, I'm going to pass the phone to Sean Cox.
Okay, thank you. Please, Sean, speak clearly into the
Hi.
phone. Hi, Sean. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, this is Sean Cox, and I am calling to say that I am standing with Lee Mulcahy and Sandy Mulcahy in regard to their home, and just that I believe this is a, false case to the core, and I'm just hoping that you guys can resolve it amicably. That is mutually beneficial to both parties, and not have this end up being a big disaster in the end. And then there's one more person that would like to speak.
Thank you, Sean.
Hello, I'm Kay Anderson.
Hi, Kay. We can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Yes, Kay, we can hear you. Go ahead, please. You have 3 minutes.
Are you still there?
We can hear you fine.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Kay. We can hear you fine. Do you want to hang up and call
Hi,
back?
I'm Kay Anderson.
Go ahead. We can hear
And
you.
I stand with Lee and his mother on this property problem. When someone builds a house, and they own nothing, someone should not be in America allowed to come in and take possession of it. And I think in your community that would be a real problem if with people coming in, because why would anyone want to invest their money in property there if it can be easily taken away from them? So anyway, I stand with them and feel that you should allow them to pay the fine that was originally mentioned and close this deal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kay. Okay, let me go ahead and check in on the line. Anyone else for public comment? I see phone number 970-379-7454.
Yeah, thank you. At this point, I just am observing the meeting and don't have a comment, but thank you very much.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Anyone else on the line for public comment?
Kelly, it's Joe Wells. I don't know if you can hear me.
Joe, we can hear you just fine. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Joe Wells, Castle Creek Caucus Coordinator. I appeared before the board at a prior meeting to express my concerns about some changes to the configuration of the road platform for the music school trail that I had been previously unaware of. I've concluded, after doing some further research, that the only time the board considered what I consider to be some pretty significant changes was at a June 4th, 2019 work session. 3 members of the board were present for that work session. Steve and Kelly were away attending a CCI meeting. During that session, Gary Tenenbaum presented the changes that had been proposed to the configuration of the available space across the road platform. The original plan for the trail was based on the Loris design. That had set the width of the available platform. That design included a sloping, unpaved 3-foot clear zone to the west, a 2 to 4 foot paved shoulder on the west side of the road, which hopefully would have been available for bikers to use in the up valley direction. It included 2 11-foot travel lanes, a 2-foot wide paved buffer with flexible delineators on the east side, and then the 6-foot wide shared path. What staff presented at the June 4th work session was a reconfiguration of that available space. That was as a result of further work on the trail that was performed by Schmeezer Gordon Meyer. They interpreted a national guideline to recommend a separation between travel lanes and a shared use path when the surface of those two are at the same shared grade. And that's always been the configuration for this particular trail. As a result of that, SGM proposed that the available paved surface be reconfigured into an approximate 2-foot paved up valley shoulder, 2 10-foot travel lanes, a 4-foot bike path in the down valley direction, and the 6-foot shared use path on the east side. The caucus was not notified about the work session until after the meeting had been conducted, and that explanation didn't really include specifics about the changes that were proposed. It just simply said that you had been updated about changes to the Castle Creek Trail project. Based on my research, I haven't been able to identify a time at a later regular meeting in which you discussed those changes or at which the full board approved those changes. I would like to see some changes made to prevent first losing the reduction of the uphill bike lane, the reduction in width of the travel lanes from 22 to 23 feet down to 20 feet, and the inclusion of a 4-foot down valley bike lane, which isn't really needed because bikers tend to travel at the same speed as traffic in the down valley direction. I'd like to see the shared use path either built as a raised sidewalk, or I'd rather see a timber guardrail barrier installed between the two. But at a minimum, I would hope you would sign this section with these narrow travel lanes to require bikers to travel in a single lane, not doubling up and riding side by side. So those are my comments. I don't know if there's a chance you might have a work session on this in the future, but I just wanted to pursue that further with you.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. We appreciate hearing from you. Is there anyone else on the line for public comment today? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to move to commissioner comments. I will go to commissioners at home first and then to the room. Welcome, Greg. We started a little ahead of
Hi.
you, but
Yeah, thanks for waiting for me. After the shutdown yesterday, everything kind of got scrambled. My comment is about that. We had a line cut yesterday in Carbondale, which took out our internet, our telephone, our cable, and apparently our cell service as well in certain parts of the county. I was completely cut off at my house. And so that event underscores the necessity of our redundant broadband system that we've been working on for several years now, and with slow and steady progress. It can never come soon enough, but it underscores the need for communications. I wanted to point out also that the one media that I was able to receive was our local public radio station, which never mentioned it, as near as I can tell. There was no news about what had happened and why. This happened on last Wednesday. Same thing happened last Wednesday with a full shutdown in the evening, and there was no news about it. And then it happened again yesterday, and I believe the Times has a story running now or soon about it. But I think that when something like this happens, we have to have a way to get the word out. And it might be through KJAC's public radio, or it might be through some other alert system, but when you have cell, internet, and regular phone lines, unfortunately our phone comes through the cable, so if the cable goes down, we lose it all. I just think what we should address this, and it really highlights the vulnerability we have for one simple action that can take out the valley. It occurred to me that perhaps it killed a lot of people's business and activity yesterday, including our own commissioner meeting, where we had a lot of important stuff to discuss and we had to cancel. I'd like to see if we have other options. Back in the day, people had radio telephones, and I'm wondering if there's another means of communication so we can make sure Steve out in Capitol Creek is able to connect, or I am in Brush Creek, or George down in Emma. Just a thought. How can we create a more robust communication system for events like this? Because it happened twice in 1 week. It's something we've been afraid of for years. We're building the system, but it's not here yet. I'd like to just put it out there that maybe we can do better with that somehow. Thanks.
okay, thanks, Greg. George, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Greg, for those comments. This does happen, it seems like every year during construction time. This was, what I understand, was a truck that cut the cable, an overhead cable. But to your other point, in terms of how we should be able to communicate this to the greater community, it seems like we should be able to utilize a pick and alert. Now, I don't know whether they are up to speed on this. Maybe Rich can pass that information on. So if and when these communication breakdowns happen, at least we have pick and alert to inform the community.
Yes, if you'd like, I can mention that. I'll get with Brett Loeb. We did test the pick and alert system in case our internet went down once we went into this teleworking system. So we know the capabilities there. I can certainly run that by Brett and see if there's a way of including that in some fashion.
I think if I could, I just want to point out that also pick and alert, we get it over our cell phones. Our cell service was dead out here too. Yeah. Verizon was gone. Yeah. So it may have to be across the public radio, FM radio. Just a thought. Thanks.
Okay, Steve, go ahead, please.
On that, adding on to that same topic, I'm curious if the Mammoth network that the county's has partway installed was out of service because of the that one fiber optic line being cut. I know we have a lot of redundancy built into that system. I'm curious how it worked, and if we could get a report on that, I would appreciate it. I do have another comment to make. I have a new face mask. Friend in Seattle or the Washington area made it. Has kind of a, it's really a Native American kind of theme. It's a very functional mask. I won't have to wear my bandana anymore unless I forget to take one of these. A friend who used to work at the for the FAA at the Aspen Airport is the one who actually made those for us and sent them yesterday. So the point is, I'll urge everybody when you are out in the public to wear face masks, to wash your hands, either disinfect them with hand sanitizer or wash them carefully before you go out and go into stores. Don't be touching your face. Wear your face mask at all times when you're inside any public facility. Or if you are on a bus with other people or anything, wear your masks, because that's how we can prevent the virus from spreading. We will probably be living with this virus for the next couple of years at least, and I think that's being optimistic. We need to change our habits and have them ingrained in us. That includes the personal hygiene of washing your hands often, wearing your face mask. If you don't have your face mask on and are going to sneeze or cough, go into your elbow, the crotch of your elbow there, and sneeze into there so you don't be spraying the potentially the COVID virus germs all over in the air. So I hope everybody can stay healthy. We have a very healthy community here in Peking County. People still have gotten sick, and we're fortunate that we have had a pretty good outcome so far, and I would like to see it continue that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Patty, do you have any comments today?
I'll be very brief because we have a very long meeting agendas ahead of us here. I just want to wish people a happy spring. It's beautiful. Things are coming up and blooming up and down the valley. So I hope people are out and about with precautions, 6-foot distancing. And Steve, they're now terming it facial coverings so people don't get confused. So please keep your face covered as appropriate and as necessary at all times. And I just want people to be out there enjoying the beautiful spring, and that rain the other night was wonderful. So that's all I have to say, Kelly. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I don't have any comments today. So I'll go ahead and move us into the consent items on our agenda. We have 2 items. The first is a resolution to appoint citizen board members. Those appointments are Michael Kinsley to a 5-year appointment to the Open Space and Trails Board, Chelsea Clark and Jeffrey Woodruff reappointed to the P&Z. I think that is a 3-year term, and then Karen Teague to the Weed Advisory Board for a 4-year term. And then we also have a resolution ratifying the appointment of a Pickens County representative to the Basalt Regional Library. That representative is Jim Alpert. So unless commissioners want to pull one of these items for discussion, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move to approve. Second.
Second that and comment on it.
Sure, any further discussion? Go ahead.
I'd like to thank all of those people who we are appointing or reappointing for their service to the county and to the individual boards that they are serving on. Your efforts are really appreciated, more than you think. We probably don't thank them enough.
Patty, further discussion?
And I'd like to add to that, thank you. I would like to thank John Wilkinson for taking the time to come in. He had a great interview. Really appreciate his diverse opinions. that I think would have been beneficial to the Open Space and Trails Board. So John, we know where to find you, and we will be looking forward to hearing from you as always. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, we have unanimous vote. Rich, go ahead. You have a comment?
Yeah, Kelly, I wanted to mention that the rest of the renewals, those will be coming forward on the 26th of May on that agenda. We had to delay some of those because of the joint meeting with P&Z on the 19th. So just wanted to let you all know that.
Okay, thank you, Rich. Okay, let's move into individual consideration items. These items are for first reading and set for public hearing on May 27th. And let me check in and see if we have Chris Padilla on the phone or joining us by Zoom to present the resolution of the BOCC accepting a grant from the Colorado Department of Transportation Aeronautic Division for airport runway paving. Chris, are you here with us?
I am. I just got unmuted. Sorry about
Okay.
that.
Oh, no
I am here
worries.
to present this. Okay.
Please go ahead. You have the floor.
My name is Chris Padilla. Excuse me, what was that?
Oh, I said, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Oh, thank you very much. Hi, my name is Chris Padilla. I am the airport controller, and today I am bringing forth to the board a request to accept a grant from Colorado Department of Transportation in the amount of $550,000 for the maintenance and repair of any airfield and taxiway pavement. Part of this request is to have the BOCC chair accept this grant and to authorize the airport director to approve any amendments and closeout of this grant as we move forward with it.
Okay,
for any kind of background on it, to do any kind of crack seal, painting maintenance, and any other taxiway maintenance. And the airport did include this in the local match in their 2020 budget.
okay, let me go to commissioners at home with questions. George?
Oh, thanks. So Chris, it looks like the funds must be expended by June 30th, 2023. Given how quiet the airport is right now, it seems like it's an opportune time to utilize these dollars and make those necessary repairs. What's the time frame on that?
So we currently have an RFP out to bid to do this work this year and to take advantage of the slower time right now. So we are on the same page as you with that concept, and we've received some bids back, and there's some negotiation happening right now on different aspects of those proposals.
Yeah, the other question, I'm just kind of curious, this has come up in the past as well, during a recession or during this period of time when so many businesses have been shut down. Are we seeing bids much more competitive than in the past?
For this particular item, we have not actually. I think it has to do with a lot of the, one is the timing of it, is just because usually historically these kind of companies that do the striping and the maintenance on the airfield have already started booking these jobs almost 6 to 8 months, usually 8 months prior. We did receive this grant in the early of 2020, so we were kind of behind on that to be able to include it on our original RFP. We had the same idea. We weren't really sure how it was going to affect it, but it hasn't really affected these bids. And also with the additional grant money from the federal side, a lot of airports are taking advantage of being able to get things like this done.
Thank you.
Any questions from Steve or Greg? Greg, go ahead.
I don't know. Oh, Steve? All right, Steve, go ahead. I'll follow you.
Go ahead, Greg. I'll come after you.
Okay. Chris, if you could just confirm for us, just so there's clarity in the public, people may be watching or listening to this. This isn't tied in any way to the airport redevelopment discussions that the visioning committee and the various committees have had, right? This is basically a maintenance program funded through the Colorado CDOT. Is that correct?
That's correct. This is just a maintenance program to keep the current existing pieces up and running and safe for operation. This is something that's done on a pretty regular basis. I think the last time, off the top of my head, that it was done was 2013 or 14. So they have a cycle that they do follow.
Okay, great. So that's regular maintenance, and we're not obligated in any way regarding our other, proposed ideas that are floating around.
That is correct. That does not obligate us to any other development.
Thank you. Great, thank you. That's nice to have the clarity on that.
Mm-hmm. So Kelly, I'm good. I don't have anything.
Okay, great. Patty, do you have any questions here in the room?
No, ma'am.
Chris, can you explain how much of, the runway, what areas are targeted for this grant?
Sure. So all the eligible areas are the entire runway, the taxiway. So if you were to look at the airport and see the where the planes usually will come off the runway and then taxi to the terminal for the commercial side or to the FBO side, that space is eligible. There are some other little eligible pieces that are the connector ways, and those are all the eligible parts.
Is this money expected to cover that full area?
It is not. The original estimate, engineering estimate, came in at about $950,000. We had originally budgeted $430,000 for our side of the piece of the $950,000, and then the $550,000 came in later, and we were able to add that into the entire budget. The $61,000 of the local match was included on the striping because we were able to incorporate some of the painting into this maintenance program.
Okay. And is this a ordinary grant? Are you expecting to reapply for this in the future?
Yes, this is traditionally a Colorado Department of Transportation kind of a cycle grant as maintenance is needed and through a specific life cycle.
Okay. Okay, if there are no other questions on this item, I'll entertain a motion. Steve?
So I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second that. And I'll just set
Yeah,
the public hearing on the 27th.
I'll repeat. Steve moved and Patty seconded. This item is set for public hearing on May 27th. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
George, you're muted, but I'll acknowledge that you waved your hand and said aye. Okay. Thank you, Chris. Take care. Stay healthy.
No problem. Thank you, guys. Stay well.
Okay, moving on to the next item, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for the Castle Creek parcel of Highland Bavarian subdivision. And may I check in to see if Paul Holsinger has joined us on the phone? There he is.
Yes, I have. Sorry. I'm Paul Holsinger, Conservation Easement and Agricultural Administrator for Pickens County Open Space and Trails. And I just want to make a note that the next three items, as well as this one, are all kind of in the same vein. So I'm just going to present the entirety of it. But there's going to be 4 different ordinances because we have 2 conservation easements out of the process, as well as 2 trail easements. So with that. This property is owned by Highland Ranch Limited LLP, and it's located at the intersection of Conundrum Creek Road and Castle Creek Road. And I'm going to share my screen here and get you a map. Oh, I'm disabled. If somebody could let me do that.
We're working on it.
Okay. Well, the neighborhood at that
Paul, let me interrupt you. Go ahead and try to share your screen again.
Got it. Everybody see that? Okay. So this, the neighborhood around the intersection of Castle Creek Road, which is right here where my cursor is traveling, as in this is Conundrum Creek Road, kind of travels up here. This neighborhood is basically an inholding within the White River National Forest, and you can see this parcel is the largest in that group, and it also serves as the trailhead for the Conundrum Hot Springs, which are extremely popular. And there's a large pull-out area for folks who like to road bike or hike around here as well. So the folks who owned this large parcel came through, it was the Coffey family, and they've been working with the county for at least the past couple years, maybe even 3 years, to subdivide their property along the creek here, get a home site up here, and also designate historic Highland Bavarian Lodge, which was one of the first ski resorts, not ski resort, but ski lodge in Colorado. I guess people would ski down this area over here and take a horse and carriage up to the top and come back down. But within this application, the subdivision application, the Open Space and Trails Department and County Commissioners, we've requested 2 conservation easements. This one here, which we refer to as the Castle Creek parcel. This one here, which we refer to as the ranch parcel. And then the 2 trail easements, one extends along Conundrum Creek Road, and the other is we're calling the Highland Bavarian Overlook Trail, which connects the public right-of-way here through the conserved parcel up to the Forest Service up here. It actually stops at an overlook we'll be creating with an interpretive panel. So the first easement here, this is about 23 acres, I believe. Both easements actually are going to be not developed at all. There's no residential reserved. There's no structures being reserved. They're going to be strictly conserved for scenic qualities and wildlife habitat, as well as the agricultural, where we do have agriculture. This was presented to the Open Space and Trails Board last week. The one thing that they did request on this parcel here was that the agricultural uses that the landowner is allowed to do is simply grazing. So they wouldn't be able to cultivate this and plow it up and plant crops of that kind of thing, because they believed it was an important part of the scenic qualities of that area. So we did talk to the landowners. They were totally fine with that restriction being in place. So this easement is fairly restricted. The only thing they can do is graze some horses or some livestock in this area here. The Mesa conservation easement, this yellow hash mark area, is about 7 or 8 acres, and it's irrigated, so this does have some agricultural value. We do also recognize that it has some wildlife and scenic values as well. And when the resolution was moved forward to allow them to get a activity envelope and building site on this area, that they said that we would just conserve this area, and then once a building permit came in and an activity envelope was looking firm, we would conserve the rest of this parcel around that activity envelope to make sure that whoever owned it had the ability to develop that property and not have to go through an amendment process. So that is going to happen in the future when a new owner probably comes through. And the trail easement, like I said, this is really an extension of an existing easement we already have along the road. And so we're kind of picked away at ensuring that there's going to be public access along the road. So this really just allows folks to travel up and down the road, even though we do have a few holes along the road as far as trail easements go. And that's going to be open to all uses. And then the Highland Bavarian Overlook Trail, which is the purple line up here, we're limiting it to non-motorized uses right now. And we're also going to be signing it no mountain bikes for now. We're really envisioning this as an equestrian and really a hiking trail. And in the future, if we work with the Forest Service and if there is a need to extend a trail out into the forest, we'll work with them on that. But right now, it's really just going to be an out and back trail for walking and hiking and equestrians. So we have written that into the trail easement, giving us the ability to just manage it and put restrictions on that trail. And I'd be happy to answer any questions about any of these pieces that anybody has.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Let me check in with commissioners at home. Do you have any questions for Paul? Steve, go ahead.
Paul, on the Overlook Trail, it looks like it's been surveyed because it doesn't follow just a straight line. It wanders around, and is that the case that it actually has been surveyed and flagged out at this point?
It has, and there was somewhat of a trail platform already there. So we surveyed it, found the flat spot, and the Open Space and Trails Department does intend to build that this year. So it's ready to go.
Okay, good. I remember the day when I suggested that as an amenity that they could add. My thought was that people could go up and see where the original ski run was and look down at it from the top and perhaps ski on it, but it's not safe for people to ski on it because they would end up right in the middle of Castle Creek Road, and so it will be just for summertime use. And does that mean that you would have some kind of a closure gate or something at the beginning of it in the wintertime?
We haven't talked about putting a closure gate up right now. Right now, we're just going to go with education and signage for all those aspects, for also with prohibition on mountain bikes as well. And then if we do need to, we'll make those changes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, George or Greg? George, go ahead.
Just to follow up on some of Steve's comments, I thought that that trail, what are you calling it again? The Highlands Trail?
Highland Bavarian Overlook Trail.
The Overlook Trail, that will actually be available in the winter for those who want to snowshoe or cross-country ski without having any set tracks or maintenance. Isn't that correct?
I'll double check on that, but yeah, I actually do think that is correct. I'll make sure I have that information at the second reading. But yeah,
okay.
I believe you're correct. Yeah.
And then there's parking right on the south side right there as well for cars.
Correct. Yeah, and if anybody's been up there, this is a pretty large pullout. I mean, it can handle several cars. So this is what we're going to use as the quote-unquote trailhead parking.
And then when we have our signage, open space and trail signage, letting people know that this is a trail that can serve through our open space and trails program.
Oh yes, we are going to put up our signs and they're gonna comply with our signage standards. It's gonna have all the information, and I believe there is some information on that interpretive panel about the history of the project as well.
Yeah, okay, and just a comment, I really just wanted to, again, we sort of spent a lot of time on this last year and the year before. I really want to thank the owners in terms of their vision, in terms of being able to preserve this historic Highlands Bavarian Lodge, and also to conserve all the space around here. That upper meadow is sort of an iconic meadow, heavily photographed, certainly in the fall, with the aspen forest right there. And so thanks to the owner and ComDev. This was a little unusual in that we're able to preserve an historic structure, conserve open space, without either utilizing TDRs or utilizing open space and trails funds, which is pretty remarkable. So it was a great community asset for our community.
Okay, thank you. Greg, do you have any comments? No? Okay. And I'll go to Patty in the room.
Only briefly to say I love this. I'm really excited to see this happening, and thank you, Paul. I'll just echo what George has said.
Patty,
yeah,
go ahead.
I will say go ahead.
We'll get there. Yeah, I just wanted to add, Paul, and it's probably part of the signage, what we do, but I want to make sure we have a notation on the signage appropriately thanking the family so that it goes down in history that they've done this historic preservation effort. Thanks, Paul.
Paul, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
I just wanted to add that the Open Space and Trails Board also made that point that, you know, getting all of these great public benefits was essentially free for us, where it would usually have cost quite a bit in that area. So, yes, thank you to the Coffey family for sure on that one.
Paul's house.
Yeah. George, go ahead.
So if you're ready, I'll make a motion, at least for the first one. We'll have to take these each individually.
Yep.
So I'd make a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickett County, Colorado, approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for the Castle Creek parcel of Highland Bavarian subdivision. This is first reading. Public hearing will be on May 27th, I believe.
I'll
second that, and thanks, George, for the recital.
Okay, Greg seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, unanimous. Moving to the next one. George, you want to take it?
Steve had his
I'll
hand.
move to approve the ordinance of the board approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for the ranch parcel of Highland Bavarian subdivision.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, moving on to the Conundrum Creek Road Trail.
I will make a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving and accepting the Conundrum Creek Road Trail easement, set for public hearing on May the 27th.
Second.
Thank you, Steve. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay,
All right, Greg, it's your turn.
we're now down to the
Greg, you can do the
overlook.
last one.
Mute. Unmute.
I'll defer. I'm stuck here on something.
Okay. Can someone jump in for Greg,
I will
please?
make a motion of the Board of County Commissioners approving and accepting the Highland Bavarian Overlook Trail easement, thanking the family and thanking Steve Chow for bringing this up as part of our original deliberations on this application.
I'll second that one.
All right, Greg. All right, any further final discussion on this topic?
Thank you, Paul.
Okay, I'll just say this is an incredible property. The building is incredible. The history is incredible. I'm really looking forward to the signage that just explains and gives some sort of inside glimpse of what that beautiful little lodge looks like, and what its meaning is for the history of our community. If no further discussion, I will, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Thank you so much, Paul. Hope you're well. Oh, wait, you're staying with us for the next one.
Oh,
All
I
right.
am, yeah. The
Let's-
baby took off, so.
Hey, I feel ya. I really feel you, Paul. Item number 8, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving and accepting the Hidden Meadows Lot 6 Recreation and Access Easement. This is first reading. Paul, go ahead to present, please.
Yeah, so this is another application that came through ComDev through the growth management quota system, which happens every once in a while. And these folks that are located along Snowmass Creek Road, well, just off of it, were wanting to build an addition on their home. So they competed in growth management, and open space was referred the application, and we saw that the Snowmass Creek Road and a portion of Snowmass Creek was also on the property, so it seemed like a great time to ask for a recreation and fishing easement on the property. And the landowners were amenable and have gone through the process, gotten their points awarded, and now they are ready to dedicate a fishing easement. So I'll put up a map again. So I don't think I have the extent, but the property is located kind of right in the middle of Snowmass Canyon. Shield O Mesa Drive is just south of here. That helps orient anybody. And the property isn't very large, but it does offer some really nice access to the creek here. The house that's up here that's going to be expanded. But there are, some really nice looking spots that will hold fish, and will probably be a nice little fun spot for somebody to go to for an hour or two to try their hand. There's a pull-out, a flat area right here that has the ability to handle a couple cars pulling over. And this is also where there's an access that's not completely built, but it's good enough that we can put up a sign directing folks that this is the way to get to the fishing easement. There's also a flat area right here that's a nice spot where people can take a break. So the fishing easement goes from the property line all the way to the other side of the creek, and I believe 5 feet above high water. As I said, we've gone through and written the easement, and they're ready to move forward. So I'll answer any questions that you have about this project.
Okay, I'll go to commissioners at home. Let's see, I can only see George. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Paul, will we be able to have a picnic table down there? And also, back to the previous ordinances, would we be able to have a picnic table up on the Overlook Trail, the Highlands Bavarian as well?
For the Highland Bavarian Overlook Trail, we are going to put a bench. I don't think there's enough room to put a picnic table, but we do have a bench ready to go. For this one, I don't think there's really a good spot for a picnic table without some major work. So not right now, we're not going to be putting a picnic table, but we will be, making some improvements to the access here and putting up signs.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, did you have a question? Go ahead, please.
Well, just more a comment. Wasn't until I was looking at the map the other day that I noticed that the fishing easement is on the other side of the road from the people's house, the other side of their subdivision road. So it doesn't really have very much impact to them. It also connects to, I think, what are fishing easements going upstream from their property line there. So that would be a tie right into a larger fishing easement going upstream.
Correct. We do have a recorded fishing easement on. This is actually, I believe, part of the Wildcat subdivision, and it goes for quite a ways up this way. There's a few other parcels in between that also have fishing easements, so it does connect.
Okay, thanks. Greg, do you have any questions? No? Okay, Patty?
No, I think I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. Paul, I do have a question, just sort of technically, if you call it a fishing and recreation easement, what total uses does that entail?
So we're changing our wording of these easements now. Now we're calling them recreation and access easements. Because we've gone back and forth about some of the existing fishing easements. If, somebody who doesn't have a fishing rod, could they walk down there? It was always we don't know. So we're calling these recreation and access easements, even though the main recreation is going to be fishing.
And then related to fishing, is there water in this portion of the creek most of the year, or what portions of the year will people actually fish it?
Yeah, when I went in fall, and there was still a good amount of water coming through. That portion of the creek usually stays wet, and there's some pretty large holding areas, so I'm assuming there's fish there unless they just went through and caught them before we record this.
Steve, you have a comment? Go ahead.
Yeah, this is fairly far upstream. Snowmass Creek has a huge amount of water. There's some of the big ditches that pull water out of the creek are downstream. So this stretch here always would have water in it, even in a dry year.
Okay.
It has ample amount of water. Farther downstream, not necessarily the case in a dry year.
Okay, great. I appreciate the additional information.
Well, I'd like to make a motion if that's...
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve on first reading the ordinance approving and accepting the Hidden Meadows Lot 6 Recreation and Access Easement, and it's set for second reading and public hearing on May 27th.
Second.
Thank you, George. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye. I'll note Steve said
Thank
aye.
you.
He's on mute. Thank you, Paul. We'll see you on the 27th.
Yeah. Bye.
Okay, let's move on to our public hearings. Item number 9, resolution of the Board of County Commissioners providing supplemental appropriations to the 2020 budget and amending the 2020 budget for 2019 carryover projects. And I see Connie here with us today. Hi, Connie.
Hi, good afternoon, Connie Baker. This resolution is in order to carry forward 2019 projects and reappropriate them in the 2020 budget. And there are 4 types of budget items that are allowed to be carried forward from one year to the next. The first is multi-year projects. There are times when we know a project is going to take more than 1 year, but the full amount is appropriated upfront the first year of the project, and then remaining amounts are carried forward year to year until the project is completed. There are also one-time projects that for one reason or another, the project was not able to be completed in the year budgeted, or the timing was delayed, and so the project is moved to the following year. There are also replacement schedule items where the replacement was delayed. And then there are also dedicated revenues. If we receive a grant or a donation that was received for a specific purpose, that can be carried forward as an appropriation in the following year so that the money can be spent as intended. This resolution will increase the county's 2020 budgeted expenditures by $25,084,723. And that is offset by an increase in revenues of $2,581,388 for a net increase to the county budget of $22,503,335. Now, those are large amounts, but it's important to note that almost 1% of this resolution is for just 4 county funds. The Airport Fund, Open Space and Trails, the Capital Fund, and the Solid Waste Center. The revenues in the carry forward include grants and project contributions. I've not gone into detail on any of the projects, but if you'd like me to, I can certainly do that. Are there any questions?
Let me see. Patty, I'll go to you in the room while we pull up.
Thank you, Connie. And on your agenda item summary, second paragraph from the bottom, you said this resolution has been reduced from its original version. Could you just point that out? I tried to look for something that jumped out at me, but I was unable to find anything.
Yeah, so not from the first reading. It's the same as the resolution, the first reading. We had prepared an earlier resolution and then delayed presenting it for 2 weeks. This was as the virus was hitting, and so we asked staff to go back, look at their carry forward, reevaluate, is there something they could delay further and not carry forward? And so there were some items out of what staff had originally prepared, but it hadn't been presented to the commissioners yet.
So this is the same on second reading as it was on first reading?
Yes, it is.
Great, thank you.
Okay, let's see. Any questions from commissioners at home? No? Okay, then I'll entertain, public hearing. Let me check in and see, is anyone from the public called in or joined us online to comment on our supplemental appropriation and budget carryovers? I'll give it just a few seconds in case there's a delay at home. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on this item, and I will ask for a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the supplemental appropriations to the 2020 budget and amending the 2020 budget for 2019 carryover projects. And thanks again, Connie.
Second.
Okay, thank you, George. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, I'll note we have all 5 commissioners. Thank you, Connie, for your time. Stay well, stay healthy.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to item number 10, ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving a rider to the Williams Hill Translator Tower site lease. John Ely, we have you on this item, and this is a public hearing, second reading.
Thanks, Kelly. Nothing has changed in the proposed ordinance or in the terms of the lease amendment, which takes the form of a rider to the original lease, since the board's initial discussion about a month ago now. So I'm asking the board to entertain public comment, to accept the ordinance and adopt it on second reading. As a refresher, this item was precipitated by a request from the State Land Board the State Land Board owns the site upon which our Williams Hill translator facility is located. And in their general management activities of their property, they took a study and they determined the presence of several natural resources, as they determined them, to be on the site. And they are now asking all leaseholders or other interest holders in their property on Williams Hill to execute the same rider. The effect of the rider is that we will accept and recognize the natural resource values that they have identified associated with the property. And we will accept a restriction that we will not take any measures or conduct any activity that would have a detrimental effect on those natural resource values. Particularly, the only real restriction on activity that we would have up there is an association with revegetation. Revegetation activity or vegetation activity would have to be cleared first with the manager for the State Land Board of this particular property, and only approved species of vegetation would be utilized. And that, I believe, sums up their request and the sum and substance of the rider to be added to our existing lease.
Okay. I'm going to check in with commissioners at home. Does anyone have questions for John Ely on this? No? Okay, Patty, do you have any questions for John?
Thanks.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Is anyone from the public joined us to comment on the Williams Hill Translator Tower rider that's being requested by the State Land Board? Okay, hearing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing on this matter and entertain a motion.
Everyone's pretty quiet. I'll move to approve.
I was waiting for one of the guys to
This is a
jump
pretty
in.
dry topic here.
Oh.
Okay, I got George moved and Steve seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye. All
Okay.
right, keep going.
Got all 5 commissioners on that one. Thanks, John Ely. Let's move on to item number 11, resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the BOCC to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the USDA Forest Service White River National Forest for 2020 annual operating and financial plan. And I see Ron Ryan here from the Bells.
Hello, Board.
In uniform.
Hi, Ron. Nice to see you. If you could please summarize this item for us.
Ron Ryan, Under Sheriff. I'm here before you for the second reading of a resolution for the board to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with U.S. Forest Service. This is part of our annual law enforcement operating plan. This is an exchange or cooperative between the Forest Service, the Sheriff's Office, and the board, in which deputies do some routine patrol and response for services in Forest Service lands and roads. In exchange for an hourly rate for that deputy time, as well as use of the Forest Service boat and ATVs that they have.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for Ron on this item?
I think there was a
very
question
quiet
that
today.
came, I think there was a question that came up last time, and for the life of me, I can't remember what it was. Ron, do you remember there being a question, or does the board remember someone asking a question about this?
There was some question. Yeah, there was some question as to the format and some of the editing that it looks like still is included in the packet for some reason. I don't know why that can't get removed. And then George also brought up a point as well.
Thanks, Ron.
Okay, and just to note for the public, there is the Sheriff's Department is reimbursed for the cost for these services provided to the forest. George, you had a comment?
Oh, I do. Ron, is today your birthday?
No, it was yesterday, and I was kind of disappointed I didn't hear from you.
Well, a belated happy birthday, and we're all disappointed that we're not being able to share one of Kelly's great birthday cakes.
Oh, I'm really disappointed now.
Happy birthday, Ron. Yeah.
Thank you.
So wait a minute, Ron, is that why you're wearing your uniform today, to celebrate your birthday?
Thank you for
Gotcha.
that.
You look nice. Happy birthday.
Okay,
I
Greg,
just want
go
to say
ahead.
I appreciate Ron. I just want to say I appreciate Ron upholding decorum by wearing his uniform to work today, as some of us still do, following protocol, despite being in a little box by myself here in Brush Creek. I think last time when we had this conversation, I just brought up the situation at Rudai and, making sure that everyone's aware. I think Rudai has a June 1st opening. I think that's, I'm sorry, but I'm foggy on that. I should know better. With the boat ramp, and I think we had that conversation. Just want to bring that back since somebody mentioned there was some other conversation there regarding enforcement of the rules at Rudai. But I think that's all been covered already. Thank you.
Okay, Ron, did you have anything else you'd like to share before we open the public hearing?
I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Let me go ahead and see if any members of the public have called in to comment on this item in our IGA with the Forest Service. Okay, hearing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and entertain a motion from the board, please.
All right, I will
I'd
make
like to move. I beat you to it, Patty. I will move to approve a resolution authorizing the BOCC to enter into an IGA with the Forest Service for 2020 annual operating and financial plan.
Second.
Thanks, George.
All right, thank you, George. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none. Again, happy birthday, Ron. Board, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Okay, I got a 5-0. Thanks, Ron. Stay healthy, stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Take care.
Okay, we're going to move into individual consideration items, emergency ordinance and resolution confirmatory reading. The emergency ordinance is regarding repealing ordinance 01-2009 and 016-2019 and adopting an ordinance prohibiting dogs to be walked off leash along Smuggler Mountain Road and the Hunter Creek Cutoff Trail and a portion of the Jaffe River Trail. Before, I don't know if Gary is joining us today. He did present some information yesterday, but John Ely, I do want to check in with you on this item. This is a confirmatory reading of the resolution that carried, required dogs on leash throughout our COVID emergency declaration. So if we wanted to repeal that decision, do we need to take 2 actions on this topic?
If the board feels that the emergency ordinance that was enacted about a month ago, which repealed the ability of folks to walk their dogs without leashes in those 3 different areas that you mentioned, Kelly, if the board feels that this emergency ordinance has fulfilled its purpose and no longer wants to see it of any effect, then today is the day that the ordinance would be ordinarily confirmed. If the board decides not to confirm it and to instead repeal it, that will be the end of it, and the previous status will be restored.
Before I turn to the board, is there, I believe when this originally came up, there was some concern that if there had been an enforcement action during this time, that we would need to confirm the ordinance and then separately repeal it. Do you know, is there any need to do that?
You that, Kelly?
I thought when we first discussed this, that if there had been an enforcement action during the time that this was in effect, that we would have to confirm the ordinance because of those enforcement actions rather than repeal it and let it just go away, not confirming it.
Well, not necessarily. I have heard that impression was sort of out there. The fact of it is that the ordinance went into effect immediately on the board's vote last April, middle of April. So it has been and continues to be in effect. Now, pursuant to the Home Rule Charter, whenever the board enacts an emergency resolution or an emergency ordinance, that ordinance or resolution needs to be confirmed. And the reason for the confirmation that's required in the Home Rule Charter is so that there is an ability for public comment to be given to the board prior to making the ordinance or resolution permanent, even though it is of effect immediately upon the vote of the board. So the idea, I think, was always that the ordinance would be confirmed and then later repealed based on identified health concerns that either we should continue the leash requirement or go back to the off-leash ability for folks to utilize these 3 areas.
Okay.
So if the board feels that we are at that point, the easiest way to handle the matter at this time is to simply repeal the ordinance and not confirm it. I emailed with Gary earlier this morning just to check to make sure if there had been any actions, and there have not been.
Okay. And then should we still open this up for public hearing? Because I'm not sure if we'll hear comments from either side.
It is a public hearing, so public comment should be taken.
Okay. I appreciate the guidance. Thank you. Okay. I don't believe we have any staff presentation on this. George, you have a comment?
I do, thank you. This is one of the few things that we can see as a community going back to some sort of normality, which is great. However, it doesn't obscure the fact that those people who are taking their dogs up on these trails without leash need to be cognizant of other people, maintaining social distance, keeping your dog under voice control, and respecting each other's as you're utilizing our open space and trails.
Thank you. Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, George, I agree with your comments, George. And I think since the time we first did the emergency enactment of this ordinance, it was technically under one of our first public health mandates. Those have kind of been evolving. And also because of the weather and the time of year, and more trail access are being open, more people are, as I was kind of keeping track of Smuggler because it's in a full view plane of my front porch this morning, and there wasn't so much the constant stream of traffic. So I think people are dispersing their hiking and recreational uses. So that's a positive for the impacts on Smuggler. Plus, it still maintains that people have to have face coverings when they are on a trail in case they come into contact or within the 6 foot social distancing. So people need to be sure when they're on those trails they have a mask or some sort of facial covering with them at all times, just in case. So I'm going to support not confirming this, which is I think the first time we've ever done that, allowing it to go back to dogs off leash on those 3 specific areas. And again, the public needs to make sure their dogs are under voice control and they're respectful of others using those trails.
Thank you, Patty. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, I'll echo what Patty and George have said. I think the key point for me is that because we are in a higher stress, culture now with the COVID-19, I think we all just need to be even more respectful than usual. Give people plenty of distance. Keep your distance. I think we can social distance Without a mask, fine, but having one available with you, great idea for those instances where maybe you need to interact. Maybe you need to get your dog back from the dog, from the other person or something. So have your mask, and let's all make an extra effort to be compassionate and respectful of others, and we'll get through this. I guess the alternative is, not that I want to make a threat, but if things aren't going well up there, this order can always come back around.
Steve, do you have any comments? Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, first of all, I want to just confirm what we are planning on doing. I am in favor of going back to the original, where people can have their dogs off leash. So does that mean that we only have to do a one-step thing, and that is to not confirm the original one? Is that what we're doing here, or planning to do?
Yes, if that's the intent of the board, then what you want to do is to move forward on a motion to repeal the emergency ordinance.
So we're doing a two-step thing now, Patty.
No, this
said
is
she was
just,
not going. Go ahead, John.
This is just a one-step process. The ordinance already being enacted is set for confirmation today, and the confirmation is not being conducted. It would simply be repealed, and it would be concluded today. It would be effective with the vote.
Okay.
George,
Okay.
go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure that I vote the right way. I still have one more point.
Okay, sorry, Steve.
I'm in favor of letting people start letting their dogs go loose again on Smuggler Mountain and the Jaffe Trail. I think with so many trails being open now because of the snow melting back, people have a lot more places they can go hiking, riding their bicycles. So I think there will actually be less conflict now with those people can go back to their routine of like doing their walks from the Smuggler Mountain area up Smuggler Mountain to do their walks or bike rides and take their dogs. So I think it will help people a lot that they don't have to pile in their car and take their dog somewhere else to let the dog run. So I am in favor of letting it go back to what it was originally.
Okay, George, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. I was just going to suggest to Patty to restate your motion and then say not confirming, but make the motion to repeal the ordinance.
I didn't make a motion.
Yeah, she just said she would support.
Oh, I did. Oh, okay. I misunderstood. So I would make a motion to repeal the ordinance 01-2009 and 016-2019, which was adopting an ordinance prohibiting dogs to be walked off leash along Smuggler Mountain Road and Hunter Creek
No, I don't think that's what.
Cutoff Trail and a portion of the Jaffe River Trail.
I'll take a second, but we do need to open this for public hearing.
I'll second, but I want to clarify with the county attorney. Is that what we do, or do we vote to not confirm the emergency ordinance? Do we vote to repeal it, or do we vote to not confirm it?
It would be cleaner to say you're repealing the previously,
Okay.
but you can kind of get to the same place a couple different routes, I guess.
I'll second what George said because he's already said it well.
Okay. And I'll go ahead, before we have further discussion, open this up for public hearing to see if anyone on the line has called in on the dog leash emergency ordinance. I know we've received some letters via email. I think he's probably for, yeah. Okay, hearing no public comment on the emergency dog leash ordinance, I will bring it back to the board for further discussion. I will just note, because I think several of our commissioners weren't part of the work session, either for technical reasons or other reasons yesterday, that we did hear from staff that they had good compliance with this ordinance, that the rangers are observing good compliance with the social distancing on the trails, and not so good compliance with the mask orders. So people have masks, but they're not necessarily pulling them up when passing people, though the rangers have said this is getting better. So I hope we continue to see positive movement in that direction, and just a recognition that my mask protects you and your family, and your mask can protect me and my family when we pass you on the trail. So thanks for everyone's consideration for that. And I will call for a vote. All in favor, please say, all in favor of the repeal of the emergency ordinance, please say aye.
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 So may I
Okay.
request a 5-minute break before we start Mr. Peacock's hour-long presentation on
Sure,
COVID?
we'll heed Patty's request for a 5-minute break. Please rejoin at 1:32.
Thank you. Did you know that?
I heard something about that. Okay, welcome back, everyone, to the Board of County Commissioners regular session. Today is Wednesday, May 13th, and we are moving into our COVID-19 update. This item was added to the agenda at the beginning of our meeting, and John Peacock will lead us through this discussion. Hi, John.
All right. Thank you, Kelly. John Peacock, County Manager, also off-site. And I believe all of you can see my screen at this point. Is that correct? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So yesterday, we covered some of the items, and so our key discussion item for today is really to discuss the Board of Health direction to pursue an exemption from the state's public health order or executive order. Next Tuesday, we'll bring back the conversation about the budget request. We have been working on that for board direction for the contact tracing and consumer protection elements going forward, and I think we'll have some interesting options for the board to consider there next week. But the most timely conversation that we need board direction on is this request for an exemption from the state's public health order. Just briefly, May 9th, we transitioned into a slight loosening of our public health order, really aligning with the state's safer at home order with a few exceptions. And we'll talk about a couple of those here in a second. At the same time, we also released our roadmap to reopening. And it was really the conversation around this roadmap to reopening with the Board of Health that led to the request or conversation that's in front of you today. And so this is a slide that came out of the Board of Health presentation. And as it relates to our roadmap starts with 5 ongoing commitments of containment for the community. And those commitments include maintaining 6 feet of social distance, continuing to wash hands and sanitize to prevent the spread of the virus, wearing face coverings, staying home when sick, and when you do have symptoms of COVID-19, getting tested. As far as moving through the phases of reopening in the in the roadmap, there are 5 criteria that need to be met. And by the way, for those of you watching from home, these are all available on the Pickens County website at www.pickenscounty.com under COVID-19 information. The 5 criteria are that Pickens County sees a sustained decrease in the number of new COVID-19 cases for at least 14 days. Hospitals are safely able to treat patients without resorting to crisis standards of care. Testing is performed on all people with symptoms consistent with COVID-19. Active and timely monitoring can be accomplished for all COVID-19 cases and their contacts. That's the contact tracing piece that we've been talking about. And that there are clear protocols in place that require social distancing and assist with case identification. When we spoke to the Board of Health, there were 2 key issues related to timing that were discussed, and that included ongoing restrictions on lodging. Lodging is permitted under the state's public health order, as well as the timing between phases on restaurants and bars. Staff had presented two options for consideration by the Board of Health. The first was to align with the expiration of the state's Safer at Home order, which would have us moving to phase 2, assuming those 5 criteria that I listed continue to be met on May 27th. The other was to wait 4 weeks from the adoption of the May 9th public health order, in which case that phase 2 that allowed lodging and restaurant reopening under COVID-19 safety plans to occur on June 6th. The 4-week time frame is really 2 generations of the virus infection or incubation period, so that really what you'll see, and you'll see in a couple of slides, what our medical advisors tell us is it really takes about 2 generations of the virus to really understand whether transmission has increased or not. And then there are some other clarifications in there that got worked out with the Board of Health. In the conversation, a third option was brought up, and this was brought up by Aspen's mayor, who is the City of Aspen's representative on the Board of Health, to direct staff to pursue an exemption from the state public health orders in order to allow restaurants to open at 30% capacity on May 20th and 50% capacity on May 27th. The proposal is based on an exemption that is granted to Mesa County earlier this month. The Board of Health voted, majority vote. I do not believe it was a unanimous vote, but it's definitely a supermajority vote in favor of directing staff to pursue this exemption. The process for pursuing a state exemption is that the county must submit a written application to CDPHE certifying that the county has low case counts and or can document 14 consecutive days of decline in COVID-19 cases. That is a standard that we currently meet coming out of our suppression strategies with the public health order. The application also has to include a written COVID-19 suppression plan, which is approved by the appropriate local public health authority. So in this case, that'd be our Board of Health, all hospitals within the county, as well as a majority of county commissioners. Once a plan is submitted with the recommendations or at least approval of these entities, turnaround time from CDPHE has been running 5 to 10 days. Very few counties, I think right now only Mesa County and Eagle County have been granted exemptions from the state public health order. Our understanding is that more are applying. The direction following on the Board of Health meeting was for staff to get feedback from the entities that need to approve the COVID-19 suppression plan to get a sense of where each entity stood on it and whether based on that it makes sense for us to move forward with submitting an application for exemption. So you may have read in the paper today, and I'd also sent a summary email to the board last night. The hospital board met on Monday. they had advice from their medical advisory team, and they were really answering two levels of questions. First, does the county's roadmap to reopening make sense as a suppression strategy and in terms of criteria that need to be met between the phases? And then the second was to look at the question of whether the proposed variance or exception that would be proposed to the state would be recommended by the hospital. And so the feedback that we got from the hospital was along these two lines. And so the medical advisory team, and this was supported by the Aspen Valley Hospital Board, strongly supports the roadmap and the science that supports it. They did acknowledge that there's still work to be done, and this is work that we are doing with the hospital, identifying the various metrics that are being tracked in order to measure the 5 criteria and the triggers that would allow us to move between phases. One of the things that the medical advisory team expressed concern about is that the request for the exception or variance from the state's public health order would be a deviation from that proposed roadmap. And the amount of time that physicians feel would be necessary, given what they know about the virus, to know whether we're seeing a decrease or increase in the number of cases. And what they are specifically focused on is making sure there is at least time for 2 generations of the virus to be able to propagate and their transmission to be detected via symptoms and testing. The hospital was also very clear, though, and I think very sensitive to what the difficult choice is here. There are multiple determinants of health, and one of those that we're focused on a lot is obviously the risk of infection and spread of the COVID virus. The other is the significant economic and social disruptions that have been caused by our physical distancing requirements and our public health orders. And the hospital is very careful to say what they were providing advice on was really based on the science and what the science would tell us from a medical perspective, what they would advise in terms of timing, and that they recognize that it's not within their purview to evaluate the other concerns like economic impacts and such that you as a Board of Commissioners need to take into consideration. That said, based on the data and based on the fact that the last major change we really made was with the reintroduction of construction and landscaping and the low rates of infection, that the medical advisory team recommend moving to phase 2 on May 27th. They from a medical perspective, we're not advising moving on the 20th, and noted that really 4 weeks from May 9th would actually be the June 6th date, which was the other date that we spoke of. And
John, I have a point of clarification.
Yeah.
It's my understanding that this waiver exemption thing, what it requires is an approval by the Board of Health and by the local hospital of the suppression plan. So I don't know, are you saying the roadmap is our suppression plan? Or is there more specific?
Yeah.
I just need clarification on that, because their purview as the hospital is for this requested variance exception, whatever we're calling it, is whether or not they support the suppression plan.
Yeah, thanks, Patty, for the opportunity to clarify that. So the suppression plan would be twofold. Yes, it would be the roadmap, as well as the metrics that we would track to move between those steps. It would also be inclusive of our testing and contact tracing strategies and ability to implement those. And it would also be inclusive of the guidelines that we've put in place for COVID safety plans for businesses and activities that are reopening. And so there's a lot of pieces that we currently have in place that would go into that, but a key element of that is what criteria will we be tracking, and how would we be making decisions in terms of reintroducing activities, which is really our roadmap and the 5 criteria.
Okay.
And so that's really yeah, does that make sense?
Well, it does, but I think we're broadening the roadmap definition in this, in my mind. You know, I think it's interesting that Kim Levins, who is the physician who's on the MAT, was supportive of this as part of the Board of Health discussion. So I don't know what changed in her thinking or process when she took it back to the medical advisory team. I know there's great concern about the protection of public health. That's their job as a medical advisory team. So I appreciate their weighing in. For some reason, I thought I was going to the hospital board rather than this medical advisory team for their weigh-in on whether or not the hospital itself, the broader hospital, not the focus on the MAT, but the broader hospital supported the suppression plan. So I'm kind of missing that, but I appreciate your clarification, but I'm still kind of
I think John needs
missing
to
it.
clarify that, because the board, this may not be reflecting
Yeah.
what actually happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
John, yeah, so John, can you
So-
touch on that, and then we'll try to get through the presentation and let everyone ask questions before we go into discussion.
Yeah. So and I've got a few more pieces of information to give you. So Patty, the medical advisory team provided information to the ABH board. The ABH board did discuss those recommendations. These 2 bullet points I summarize the ABH board's discussion based on presentation from the medical advisory team. And so, and I just note that I think Dr. Levin in the Board of Health meeting did note the time difference and the concern about the life cycles of the virus. And so I don't think Dr. Levin necessarily took a position supporting or not in that Board of Health meeting.
I was there.
But, John, can I just ask for, because I watched the AVH board meeting, and I think your second bullet point here, where it says the MAT, should really say AVH board.
Yes, I thank you, Kelly. I think you're right. That should probably say AVH board.
Does that help clarify?
That does clarify. I just feel that some of the, never, I won't get into that. I'm not supposed to discuss it yet, but I have some concerns.
Okay, thanks, John, for clarifying that. We'll keep moving through the presentation, please.
Okay. City of Aspen, even though they are not in the, I guess, list of entities that need to approve an exemption request, they did take this up this week to discuss, I think, their representative's recommendation on the exemption. At that meeting, members were split on whether to support it or not. They've asked for a presentation next Monday from county staff. You know, as I noted, this is just for your information, that the City of Aspen doesn't have to approve an exemption request before it's submitted to the state. You know, but it does have representation on the Board of Health. Just some other pieces of information. The governor did make some statements regarding when potential decision dates for the state executive order might come from the state. May 25th, he listed at least 3 items that we may see guidance on, whether restaurants can begin to reopen and at what level, whether ski resorts can reopen for spring skiing. He noted that that would be very much up to the counties that the ski resorts are located in. And then whether summer residential and day camps can open in June, and if so, under what conditions. It's important to note that the governor's statement did not say May 25th would necessarily be the date that these activities could resume, but that would be the date that the state would plan to be giving instruction and or you know, letting folks know when these activities may resume and under what conditions. He also noted that after June 1st, the state would continue really to decide if Safer at Home can be further modified to phase in other things like summer activities and public spaces like libraries, and noted that these decisions would be made on a rolling basis. Eagle and Garfield counties, Eagle is projecting partial restaurant reopenings as soon as May 25th. So after Memorial Day, they're in a profile under their exemption of watching data. They've got criteria for moving through their roadmap. Our understanding is that Garfield County is seeking an exemption from the state executive order for restaurants, also using the Mesa County model. Hot Springs and the amusement park, there may be some other elements that would be included in there. Those are the ones that we are aware of right now. It was not clear to me from the information I had what date they're seeking that exemption to be effective. And so that is really the background information. What we're seeking is feedback from the board of commissioners about where you would stand in terms of seeking the exemption or not, and really trying to make a determination whether it makes sense to move that forward. We see 3 options right off the top. One is to pursue the exemption as proposed by Board of Health, which would have restaurants opening at 30% capacity on May 20th and 50% capacity on May 27th. And I think that's assuming right now that our measures stay the same. The second is pursuing an exemption to allow Pickens County to pursue its roadmap to recovery based on the 5 criteria identified, which would be we'd anticipate May 27th for the new public health order that would allow restaurants and lodging to operate under COVID safety plans. The advantage of this is it would reduce reliance on the state for reopening guidance, which we're tending to get with pretty short notice prior to it being implemented by the state. The other, which originally was staff's recommendation, was for us to align with the state public health orders and guidance as they've caught up. And of course, the board may have other options. Obviously, this is a challenging discussion. You know, we have two, I think, really important issues for our community that we're trying to find the right balance for, which is protecting public health from the virus and the spread of the virus, and you know, what do our medical advisors, what are they able to tell us about how we should phase these types of decisions, with really, I think, a lot of both pressure and desire to resume some more normal levels of activity and reintroduce some economic activity so that people can return to jobs and more normal livelihood. So with that, Kelly, I think what we're looking for is direction from the board and an understanding of which direction you would like us to go with this.
Okay. Let's check in and see if there's any clarifying questions anyone has for John. George, I see, and I'll go to commissioners at home and then in the room like I've been doing. George, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to make some comments. I don't really have any questions unless someone else has some questions for clarification.
Well, let me check in. Steve, do you have any questions, or Greg? No?
I have a question.
I just wanted to say that I just had a correspondence here from Tori, who said he doesn't think the motion he made was accurately reflected, and that it was a little bit more, I asked him just to restate it and give it to us, but what he said is the motion suggested the 30% occupancy, and it doesn't have to start on the 20th, but there'd be some flexibility is how I understand him. And I asked him to confirm that because he thinks that we're not really portraying this quite accurately. So, you know, we don't want to throw a monkey wrench into this, but I want to make sure we're clear. He was trying to just give some ability to the 80 people listening from the business community to know that they're being heard and that we're looking for options that might allow us to begin opening a little bit sooner. And he may want to clarify that, but you know, Tori, if you're listening.
Okay. Thanks,
if that's the case, that may align more with the second bullet point.
It might.
George, did you have a question?
I have some comments, but
Okay.
I would wait
Patty.
before there's questions for John Peacock.
Thanks. Patty has a question here in the room.
Yeah, John, I hate to go back to this, but pulling up the county's roadmap to reopening the 5 commitments of containment, I don't really see anything about the tracing, the testing, any of the suppression stuff on there. I think it's great. I think it's a perfect roadmap because it shows us the phases of reopening for the different activities, gathering sites, etc. So I think as a roadmap, this document does a great job, but I just don't see how the suppression is in there. So I can see why the medical advisory team or the hospital board would support the roadmap because it pretty much lays out the next phases of everything we could think of as far as reopening, which I think is, again, the document's great, but I think there's a little difference in that in a suppression plan. But that being said, I also have a question as to, weren't we really trying to prevent confusion and have continuity of what our issues and what our plans were with our neighboring counties? So now we have Mesa, Garfield, and Eagle all applying for an exemption, I think that for us to do so would fall in line with that. Is that kind of not what we've been talking about doing, staying in line with our neighboring counties?
So, Patty, just a couple of things there. So in the 5 criteria, that box it in strategy is captured in 3 and 4. That's the testing, and it's not called contact tracing, but that's the active and timely monitoring for all COVID-19 cases and their contacts. So that's really that box it in strategy there, and that's where those metrics would be captured in terms of the suppression strategy.
So you're saying those, excuse me, you're saying those 3 little bullet points in there out of the whole entire document, and you're right, if you were to pull those out, but okay, I can understand that then, but it's a little different than a suppression plan. It's kind of woven in.
Yeah, and there's a lot of metrics under those that are being tracked, and so just to be clear, that was in there, and the hospital is aware of a lot of those metrics and measurements. In terms of the aligning with our neighboring counties, I think obviously if we had an exemption, I think like the bullet point 2, which would be frankly a broader request for exemption that would allow us to follow the roadmap and would probably give us more flexibility, Patty, to align to our neighboring counties. Right now, it's not clear that all of our neighboring counties are aligning. We see Eagle probably looking towards May 25th. It's less clear. I think Garfield may be looking at going earlier with some lifting of some of their restrictions, and then of course what we do today would be an example of what we do today would either align or not align with the other 2. So I think in answering your question, certainly having an exemption gives us more flexibility.
Yeah, and I totally agree. Just so you know, John, I totally agree with what you just said about the bullet point number 2, and allowing us to have that opportunity, that option, that tool in our toolbox to be able to be a little more flexible and agile as we move forward. So thank you for clarifying that, John.
And John, I have 2 questions of clarification. In the roadmap, when you're calling out sort of the numbers of the bullets that we're looking at, where does the 4 to 8 week timeline fall in as far as observing the data?
Yeah, so I think if we were to go with bullet point number 1, the concern is we probably do not have that 4 weeks, even from the time that we reintroduced the construction and landscaping. That would fall, I believe, on the 25th. And so that probably bullet point number 1 would probably not align with that timing, Kelly. Bullet point number 2 is one that the AVH and the medical advisory team felt fell more in line with the science and advice of the medical community, in that it probably, you would not see that new public health order taking effect until May 27th, and it would be driven on us continuing to perform well on those 5 criteria.
And then, sorry, I have a second question that's relevant. Yeah. With regards to the new activities, since we started opening up on the April 27th, is construction and landscaping, are those like the riskier of the activities from which we would start the clock?
We felt that just because of the size and scope, we had a large number of projects, and bringing a relatively large number of workers in. I think last time I reported we had 350 COVID safety plans for construction that had been approved. That did not include the landscaping, and so in the immediate, we felt that that was probably a bigger risk of contacts than the limited reopenings that we're experiencing with the May 9th public health order, because non-essential retail, for example, is on a curbside delivery, and we believe that there's going to be a limited number of retail establishments opening because it's off-season. And so we do think there's less contacts likely because of the changes in the May 9th public health order. So yes, I think we saw that the construction and landscaping, Kelly, probably introduced a much higher level of activity and therefore a risk of new infections.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions before we go into commissioner comments? Steve, go ahead.
John, with the landscaping and construction industry having a lot of workers here, and there were reports early on that they weren't complying with social distancing kind of rules. What is the data that is coming from those industries in terms of, are there any of them who have contacted the COVID-19 virus during the preceding few weeks? Are they complying more with the social distancing now?
Yeah, Steve, so I had a chance to talk to Cindy, and of course, I think when we first reopened, there were definitely examples out there where certain sites were not in compliance with the COVID-19 safety plans, but we have been doing spot checks, as has City of Aspen and Snowmass Village, and according to Cindy, particularly in the county, the compliance has been high, and so there's always examples, with some of our landscapers and such, but for the number of projects, actually, compliance has been high, and our understanding is in the municipalities it's improved also. I was on a call earlier today. We're still seeing low numbers of new infections in Garfield, Western Eagle County, and Pitkin County. So we're still in this time frame where we have the two generations of virus to get through. So that's part of why you want to wait the 4 weeks, Steve, to really be able to answer that question, whether there are infections. But the indications right now are that we are not seeing a big bump in the valley. But we need to continue to monitor that, and it could change.
Okay, and part of my thinking is the workers who work in restaurants, the restaurant owners, I think are they're a different segment of the population than construction workers and landscapers. I have a feeling we'd have a really high level of compliance from the owners of restaurants if they were allowed to open earlier than the original date. So that's why I asked that question.
Okay. Any further questions for John? Okay, I'm going to go to my friend Patty here in the room if you want to comment.
Well, George has been waiting. I'll wait for George because he's been very
Okay.
patient.
All right,
I want to hear what George has to say.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a lot to discuss here. A couple of things right off the bat. In terms of aligning with our neighboring counties, I frankly have wished that those neighboring counties had aligned with us earlier on with more restrictive public health orders, because as we've seen, Pickens County has only reported, I think, to date around 60 cases, positive cases. Eagle County, over 500 cases. Garfield County, over 100 cases. And the other caveat to that is that we really don't know from Eagle County and from Garfield County where those cases are coming from. It's not broken out by zip codes, so it's very hard to determine the proximity where we may be getting some of our workforce coming in and out of those counties. So that's a problem for me in terms of trying to want to align with our other neighboring counties. I think we're unique. Every county is unique, I understand that. But the idea that just because Mesa County has been granted an exemption, their industry, their community is vastly different than ours. Their values are vastly different than ours. Their land use are vastly different than ours. I'm not sure that's a great example. I reflect back last week, we had the ability as a board to have a good discussion on specifically on Mayor Tory's proposal. And of course, there were 5 of us. We probably ended up with 6 or 7 different responses, and we left it in the hands of our representatives to bring those ideas forward. Watching the City of Aspen's meeting the other night, I was surprised that the council really had not been involved or aware of Mayor Tory's proposal. And as John stated, they really wanted to have some more information. They were not ready to support Mayor Tory's proposal because they really didn't have time to discuss, ask those key questions to the Board of Health, to the medical advisory team, to try to clarify. So that is concerning to me. If you don't even have the City Council in alignment with that proposal, I think we would be rushing to make a decision now. Back to some of the earlier conversations or questions in terms of opening, we did open up our construction, we did open up the landscaping, and most recently we've opened up retail and service. So we've had some major reopenings in a very short period of time without having the ability to see the results, without even having the 14 days since retail just opened last weekend. And so I think science is the key, collecting data is the key, having a strategy for contact tracing and testing is the key, and they all have to be in alignment. And I think that's why our roadmap is critical to continue to pursue versus going off on a slight tangent. So I would stay with the roadmap. I think, and I said last week, I think it's great to have some flexibility, and I think bullet point number 2 allows that. So I would not be opposed to pursuing an exemption, but ensuring that it's going to be, any recovery is going to be based on those five criteria. And I don't want the community to think that because we're going to ask for an exemption and we may get it, that's a guarantee that that businesses, restaurants, and lodges will be able to open up earlier without making sure that we've met our roadmap. I think that's critical. I also think that this is such an important decision. We're responsible for the health, safety, and welfare of our community. Health and safety are obviously number one. The welfare relates to our economic and social status and ability to move forward as a community. And I would really hope that we can, rather than having a vote, that we can come up with a consensus as a Board of County Commissioners, because it is such a critical issue. Let's see, I have one other point here, and I think I missed it. Let's see. Oh, I know. I'm actually much more concerned about early opening of lodging than the partial opening of restaurants. The partial opening of the restaurants, I think, are going to be utilized by our local community. We don't really have very many out-of-towners in. Traditionally, we don't. And so I think that's a much more of a controlled environment. Once we open up lodging prematurely without ensuring that we're following our roadmap, then it's a game changer. Then we're starting to bring in people from the outside, from around the country, and we're really opening us up to an exposure to a second wave, a second surge of the COVID-19, and frankly, we'd be only going into the second inning of probably an overtime game. So I'm much more concerned about ensuring that our lodging it follows our roadmap. Less concerned about restaurants as long as these criteria are met and we're able to qualify and ensure that everything is working along the way we want to see that. So the medical advisory team, of course, as John said, their concern is the health and safety of the community. They're looking at science and data. I think that's what we should be looking at as well. I don't think anybody's disagreeing with that. And so that would be my comment, not to rush into this. Look at bullet point number 2 as perhaps the discussion point and how we would ensure that it's not going to be viewed a little differently from the business community as sort of a go-ahead ability to pursue opening up their businesses.
Thank you, George. Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, George, I appreciate your comments, and because of my background, I cannot help but agree with you on the science and the data as far as the health concerns, but we also have a lot of data on the economic health, and we're seeing what could be huge economic devastation to our community, and we have to take that into consideration with this, along with the priority of our public health considerations. And I think by pursuing the exemption under bullet point number 2, based on our roadmap to recovery plan and the 5 criteria identified, I think that gives us the flexibility, again, to be prepared for, I don't think we need to say restaurants you can open on the 20th, but it gives us the flexibility to say on the 27th, we may choose to go to 30 or 35% restaurant opening, and then it gives us more local control, and I think then we can really pursue the roadmap that we have carefully crafted. That might be taken out of our hands if other state public health orders come through, and I think we want to keep that control locally because we've done such an amazing job here. We want to continue doing that job. So I think that's really appropriate for us to do. And on another note, it's my understanding as far as pursuing this exemption, it's an online application, so we just can attach the documents such as our roadmap to recovery with all this information to justify the fact that we have a plan that fits our community, and we would like to have the opportunity, the option, the tool to pursue and to continue to pursue the roadmap that we have carefully created. So I think that would be a perfect justification for pursuing this exemption and for justifying it when we do submit the application to the state level. Because again, it takes anywhere from 5 to 10, who knows how many days now with more counties applying for these. It could be a longer period of time. I think the process should be, we should get it started. We should keep it as simple and as clear as possible by attaching the documents that, that our Board of Health and our Public Health Department have so carefully and so put in so many hours to create. Attach those to that and move this forward, hopefully as quickly as we can, just so we can get in the queue for being considered by the state. Thanks, Kelly.
Sure, thank you, Patty. I'll go to Steve next.
Thank you. I would support having that second bullet point be what we're pursuing. Having the date of May 27th as a target date that we are seeking would be nice for the restaurant owners to have a date that they can be targeting for having their plans in place, so they can be reopening then. Having a date certain, I think, is really important to them, so they can be ordering their food in, training the employees on the new procedures. They maybe already all have done deep cleaning. I'm not sure. If they haven't, they would need to really be working on their cleaning procedures. Another good reason for having it on May 27th is if Independence Pass is opening on June 1st or shortly thereafter. That gives the restaurants a few days before we get an influx of people coming over the pass who would be wanting to go to restaurants. They'd have a few days of slower activity with just local people before I would anticipate there would be some uptick in the number of customers. So that would give them time to make sure their procedures are in place and that they're doing things properly. Thank you.
Kelly, can I just ask one clarification? I'm sorry.
Sure, George, go ahead.
Yeah, one clarification. John, the bullet number 2, May 27th for new public health order, that doesn't guarantee opening, does it?
It's in the roadmap.
No, on the, George, it would depend on our continued performance on those 5 criteria. I think based on what we're seeing now, we're anticipating that we would be able to move to phase 2 on the 27th, and that's one of the reasons that the Board of Health selected that as the expiration for our new public health order, and that was supported, I think, Dr. Levin and what we're seeing in terms of our epidemiologists, the information that's been presented to the Board of Health suggested that it's very likely, unless something drastic happens over the next couple weeks, that we would continue to meet those criteria, and that our new public health order would move us to phase 2. I think the whole point of this, though, is to have those measurements and triggers in place, and that's what we're going to start being more reporting on more regularly, is where we stand with those metrics, so that our community can anticipate better, and you as policymakers can anticipate better where we're standing in terms of moving. The idea of the roadmap and the 5 criteria is that if we are seeing increased infections or hospital bed usage, that we have some triggers to either continue with our public health restrictions or even look at rolling some back.
All right, thanks for that clarification.
Okay, Greg, go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the conversation. First of all, I just want to ask for some clarification. One is the exemption we're discussing here is the same as the variance the state has in there. We're using a different word for the same thing. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I understand this.
Yeah, Greg, and if I could add on in my answer to that question is, I think if the board is looking at bullet point number 2, the variance or exception that we're really looking at is wider, right, than just looking at restaurants. It's really to get our whole roadmap approved as a suppression strategy, and to have some flexibility to pursue that.
Great, thank you for adding that, John. I think, first of all, I think that virtually everyone involved, from the mayor to the Board of Health, City Council, all of us, clearly health and safety of the public is our very first concern, and that has been that's been the foundation of all these discussions. And I think the point really has been to have some flexibility. If things are going really well, it'd be great to have the flexibility to open as we see fit. I don't believe Tori was demanding that we open on May 20th, come hell or high water. It was more if the ability was there. So I think the 20th is probably not going to happen, only because it's coming up too soon for any of this to even get pushed through. So I do like the second bullet point. I think that's a great idea. It is frustrating that it appears that the counties in Colorado are all seeking the same freedom for reopening, but all using different roadmaps. It's like we're all trying to get to the same destination using different sets of maps, and that's frustrating. I think I appreciate this, and it doesn't apply just to restaurants. And what it does is give us flexibility, and it's going to be contingent. Even with that motion that Tori made, it was contingent upon approval from the health advisors. So I think this is an improvement, and I think we're moving in the right direction. And you know, it takes a lot of, we're making sausage here. You know, the data coming to us is confusing from the other counties and the state. I think everyone's working with it as best they can. And I think we've arrived at something here, thanks to the hard work of staff, that would probably help us be as flexible as possible, open as soon as possible, while doing it as safely as possible in lockstep with the recommendations of our medical community. So I'm happy with the second bullet point, and willing to hear what everyone else thinks beyond that. And if I could, you know, we're getting a lot of news nationally from Dr. Fauci, from other health people, talking about the concern they have about the rush to reopen. And I think we're all hearing this, and we're taking it very seriously. So when we talk about reopening anything sooner, it's exciting and scary, and we have to be super careful. And I think we are traversing this knife edge as carefully as we can.
Okay, well, thanks. Up to me. You know, this, I mean, this has been a topic that's really kept me up at night, and, you know, I'm just incredibly sympathetic to just the heart-wrenching letters that we've received from people who are so concerned about losing everything that they've worked for. And I recognize that, you know, our community's success and our economic survival is as important as the survival of our patients in our hospital. And I understand the real intense need for hope that people want right now for themselves, their families, their jobs. But I also think that hope can't be a mirage. You know, we owe people certainty, we owe them caution. I think we have to rely on the scientific basis in making our decisions, regardless of what sector we're hearing from. And, you know, I hope that the Board of Health will just commit and affirm the commitment to the roadmap to recovery, because, you know, that is what will guide us and give time to see how the virus is operating in our community. You know, if our community is not safe, our economy will not be successful. And I think we have the responsibility to make decisions based on what the medical team advises us. I think we have to give enough, if not excess time, you know, not excess time to the virus to see how it is, observe how it's functioning in our community, and whether we're seeing spikes or declines, and make our decisions based on that. You know, I'm very grateful for this board that we're trying to strive for consensus. I had some real frustration at the end of the Board of Health meeting based on what I had heard, and I'm glad we're moving to really supporting our roadmap. I would just like to offer that, you know, maybe keep in mind the metaphor of, you know, setting the chair at the table, the unseated chair at the table, and who is not part of the conversations. Because, you know, the Board of Health heard from lodging representatives and restaurant representatives, but nobody was there giving voice to the people in the community who have a lot of fear about reopening and who feel like it's unfair that they've been doing their part and making sacrifice, and now we're putting them at risk. And we're also not hearing from workers. You know, they're not being uniquely represented in these conversations, and I really continue to worry that as people go back to work, that they will have, less safety and less security to fall back on. And it will be harder and harder to stay committed to, our commitments of containment. So I really think heeding the science is the fairest thing that we can do in all of our decisions related to this, because it is blind to whatever sector or whatever person is at the table, and it will let us make the fairest decisions and I think the most appropriate decisions for protecting our community and maintaining people's health. I have supported the, using April 27th as the time which we start the clock, and that would put us, in May 25th, May 27th range. So I agree with the rest of the board on pursuing an exemption that would allow us to do that, since we don't know what the state will do. And I think that because we've all done a good job, that's an appropriate step to take. But any sooner would violate, I think, the scientific basis on which we have to make our decisions, and I wouldn't support any sooner dates than that. So thanks.
In heeding the science, I agree with that. The problem is the science is all over the place. Our data, pulling up our, which we get, and John, thank you. I just realized I could pull up those figures every day, every morning on my, I'm learning as we go along. Our data is showing that we have been doing a great job. We are doing a great job. Our numbers are amazing, and we should be very proud of the numbers that our science here is locally showing us. I wish we had the scientific knowledge and wherewithal and foresight to say, this virus is not going to mutate, or this virus is going to mutate, or this virus is going to have a turnover of every 4 weeks. We don't know the answers to those questions, and so caution is advised to a point. We have to not be, I know people are fearful out there. I hear it, I read the letters, I get the same letters and comments that the rest of the board does. I take them truly to heart. I've been in this community a long time. I'm committed to the safety of this community. And so to make a decision that brings in all the factors of this community, I believe is essential. And it's something we as a Board of County Commissioners need to consider. We need to protect public health, but we need to think about the lives of people at the same time. Their economic, their social isolation, their mental health, their social health issues. All of those things have to be taken into whatever it is we're heeding in making our decisions. And I think it's critical. And I think that by allowing us the flexibility with, if we were to receive an exemption from the state based on our roadmap, I think allowing us that flexibility allows us to address all of those issues within our community. And that's what we as a Board of County Commissioners need to do.
Any further comments from the board? Greg, I can't see you, so I don't know if you have any.
Where'd Greg go?
Yeah, I appreciate what Patty said, and I agree with her. I think the concerns and issues we're going to see coming forward are, how are the other counties around us responding to this? If they all open up and we don't, it's not protecting us. I'm not sure. I'm concerned that our own local orders really aren't going to be doing much for us if it opens up dramatically in surrounding areas. That's one of the concerns. So once again, the flexibility is important too. In a perfect world, we could tell them, to follow our rules, but they're not going to. We also have the concern, with people coming back into the community who aren't going to be following the rules, regardless of how much we implore them to. We don't seem to have the enforcement to really make an impact on enforcement of the rules regarding whether it's second homeowners returning or people not quarantining, or previously. So we really have an issue here. So I think the key to this is flexibility and watching and learning as much as we can about what's happening with the course of the virus, and then listening to the medical professionals. That's really all we have to go on.
Steve, go ahead.
George is first.
Oh, sorry, George. I didn't see you on the screen.
Yeah, thank you. Just to tag on to Greg's comments, I said this a few weeks ago. One of the advantages for us, having some of these other communities sort of, what I would say, jump the gun, is they could be guinea pigs for us, right? As they open up, we can get an idea in terms of if there's going to be another surge, because when you look at the nightly news reports, as more and more states are opening up, those states and those communities within those states, they are seeing surges. They are seeing unidentified cases, medical cases, including young children that they can't quite figure out if it's related to COVID or 19. So to your comments, Patty, it's hard to decipher the science because it's moving so quickly. But we have the ability, by waiting, following our roadmap, and seeing what's happening with the other communities as they're bringing in more people from the outside. So I think we're on the right course, and I'm glad to hear that. I believe that we've got a consensus to utilize the bullet number 2 point.
Thanks, George. You know, I'm glad we have consensus too on at least this immediate decision point. I remain very uncomfortable with, you know, a notion of flexibility. I'm not quite sure how that's intended to be applied. You know, we are learning more about the science of the virus. It may be in the future our framework will change accordingly, but the framework is what should guide the decisions about how our reopening looks. And because it is what is giving time to see how the virus is operating and to really stick to the goals of keeping cases low, keeping our hospital capacity available. And, you know, so I'm just uncomfortable with this notion of flexibility. I don't know what that means, who that opens up discussions for, or, you know, Board of Health willingness to not listen to the medical team, which, you know, I'm not on the Board of Health, but I don't support that. So I think we really need to have a strong affirmation of our commitment to the roadmap right now, and recognize that our medical team will advise us as they learn more, and if that framework needs to change. So I hope that's a shared understanding here. John, I think, yeah, Steve?
Yeah,
sorry.
Just one more comment. As I've stated before, this virus is going to be with us for at least the next couple of years, if not for decades. We have to learn to live with it, and we have to anticipate that there probably will be for a long time at least a low level of infection in the population and in our visitors. And the sooner we can get our framework in place for dealing with what will be a continuing influx of patients with the virus, the better off we will be. We have to be in this for the long haul, not a short thing. That was part of the bargain we made in flattening the curve. It's squishing the curve out for a really long time. Maybe as many people end up getting the virus ultimately as would have gotten it all at once, but we will be able to have our medical care system take care of people when it's spread out. I think doing this, we're going into it cautiously. We're building our capacity as our medical care system and our county for tracking and treating those who do get sick. So it is scary, absolutely. Also, there's a segment of the population who are over 65 or have underlying health symptoms who are still in stay-at-home and will be for perhaps a really long time, including myself. I just was adding up. I think I've been down the road from my house 9 times since March 10th. 9 times I've left the house and gone down the road. I've been very good at staying at home. There's a lot of other people that are feeling stuck at home and developing new lifestyle, really. It's tough. but we have to keep doing it. So thank you.
Okay. I can't tell if that's a hand raised, Greg. No, okay. All right, John, back to you. I hope we gave you some clarity. Let us know. Do you have anything you need to clarify?
Yeah. So let me just feed back to the board kind of what I understand the direction to be from this conversation, and then also the process then as I understand it going forward. So the board does support the county pursuing the variance or exception from the state. And it's really pursuant to the roadmap and criteria that are in the roadmap to reopening. Inclusive in that application will be our COVID safety plan requirements and you know where we're at with testing and contact tracing. That the right now we would be really going for a little bit broader exemption to align with that roadmap. So it's not just focused on one sector, but all of the elements that are addressed in that roadmap. And so staff would be developing that, putting the elements together into the form that the state requires. That will need to go back to the Board of Health, this board, and the hospital board for approval and then submission to the state.
Wait.
Patty has a clarifying
Yeah,
question.
I don't think, no, the hospital board, it's my understanding, just has to approve the suppression plan, which I think we got.
Suppression plan.
So we've already, I think we already have that. I don't think we'd have to bring the application back to them. I think they've already done what they were required to do.
So we would need a letter basically from the hospital board. So if they're prepared to issue that based on their conversation, Patty, then that's really what we need.
Yeah, I'd rather that we don't have to keep going back to try and get 3 different things from 3 different boards. So if you could run that by whoever, I think it's would be the hospital board of directors, to see if they're comfortable with moving forward with supporting the roadmap, which has the suppression plan included in it.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, John.
Okay.
And obviously there's a Board of Health meeting tomorrow, and so we'll have this update as well as the outcome of the hospital board to discuss with the Board of Health for their final direction too.
Okay, thanks again, John.
That's
Was there
it.
any
That's
other?
all I've got for you.
Okay, great.
No,
Of course, we
I
took the
think
time.
we can save the rest until next week. I think I used more than an hour at the end of the day, so thank you for that
Does he have any
conversation
more
and
open
direction.
discussions?
We'll do it at the end.
Is he going to come back at the end of this?
John, will you be joining us for the rest of the day or the end for open discussion items at the end of the day?
Yep, I'll be here.
Okay, great. Greg, do you have a question?
Yeah, just one last thing, John. Something came to me about the pass. You know, we're anticipating the pass opening on June 1st. Have we checked in, or will we keep checked in with Lake County? Or do you think they're going to still want to aim for June 1st? And will CDOT? Some people have said maybe we shouldn't be opening the pass so soon. Not that it's our decision.
Can I jump in and ask that we discuss this during open discussion? Because we do have applicants and other items.
It was just related to tie to the health order, that's all. But we could, yes.
Okay, sorry, thank you,
That's
Greg.
it.
Okay. Okay, let's move us along to land use items.
Can we take a short break?
Sure.
Oh, well, we have the one to continue. Let's clean that one up before we get into the main event.
Okay. We're going to go to item 13 on our agenda, our first land use public hearing, resolution approving the Rosemary Circle LLC activity envelope review and affirming the entitlements granted. I understand that the applicant has requested a continuance of this. Do we have
anybody verifying that in a date certain?
Let's see. Tammy on the line, or
May 3rd, oh, sorry.
Or Cindy?
Today's May 13th.
I don't, Suzanne, have you joined us?
I think it was June 24th. It's pretty long.
I think it's gonna be moved to June 24th.
Okay. Let me go ahead and check. Let's go ahead and open the public hearing in case anyone is called in on this item. There's been a request to continue it to June 24th. Is there anyone from the public who has called in on the Rosemary Circle LLC that would like to provide their public comment now for the record?
Let's go one by one. We'll try the 0770.
Let's see.
That first.
Is it possible to just unmute everyone for a moment?
Phone numbers, you see, go ahead.
Okay.
So just have the two phones, they're unmuted now.
Okay. Is anyone on the line wishing to provide public comment for the Rosemary Circle LLC item? This will be continued to June 4th.
June 24th.
Sorry, June 24th. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on that item and request a motion from the board to continue.
I will make a motion to continue the Rosemary Circle LLC until June 24th, when we will also have public comment again.
Thank you, Patty. May I have a second?
Second.
I think I'll give that to Greg. Sorry, Patty moved, Greg seconded. Any further discussion from the board? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, we've continued that item to the 24th. We're going to take a brief 5-minute break here before we move into the Bear at the Door application. So 2:56, please. And thanks, Grassroots. We'll be back in 5.
You're now muted.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, everybody. Welcome back to Board of County Commissioners' regular meeting on Wednesday, May 13th. We are on item number 14, a resolution approving Bear at Door LLC amendment to development permit, subdivision exemption for lot line adjustment, site plan review, and extension of vested rights. And before I turn it over to Leslie Lamont, I want to check in with Commissioner Child, because I believe you have a statement to make for the board.
Okay. I have a disclosure to make. I have an extreme personal interest in this property and the application. I've lived here on the ranch since 1961, since I was 13 years old. I took care of the ranch for many decades. I'm very familiar with the Bear at Door property, and I know it, I think, better than anybody else who's living right now. Therefore, I'm going to withdraw as being a commissioner on this issue. I am going to participate in this as a member of the public. I will be listening to the proceedings. I'm going to blank my screen so people don't have to look at me the whole time, but I will be listening to the presentation just as if I were sitting in the meeting room at a meeting. I will have a brief comment to make during the public comment period of the hearing today. And I think what I'll do is I'll just get your attention, and I'll do it over my Zoom connection rather than going on the phone call, if that's okay.
Okay.
So,
we have a question from George and Patty. George first. You're on mute, George.
Wait,
George, you're on
George.
mute.
Okay, how's that?
Better.
It's probably the same question Patty will have, but for John Ely, is a commissioner able to sit in, not as a commissioner, but as a member of the public to listen or to make comments? I'm a little confused about that. Usually if there's a conflict of interest, one just usually recuses oneself completely.
John Ely, you're muted.
Sorry about that. George, yes, the Home Rule Charter does provide that a public official, in this case an elected county commissioner, can represent themselves in front of the board in matters that concern or affect their own residential property. So in effect, that's what Steve is proposing to do, participating as a member of the public. Based on his statements, you're correct. There is no deliberative participation or voting participation.
Thank you.
Okay, Patty, do you have a
That was
question?
my question too, and that being said though, I'm not necessarily comfortable with that, but if that's allowed by the Home Rule Charter, I guess that's what we can allow Steve to do.
All right, John Ely, do you have any further comment on that topic for the board before we turn it over to Leslie? No.
Wrapping up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Leslie Lamont, please go ahead.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Leslie Lamont, a caseload planner in the Community Development Department. Barrett Door LLC bought lots 1 through 5 of the Capitol Creek Ranch. The owner requests to amend the property boundaries, amend activity envelopes, go through site plan review, and is seeking an extension of vested rights. Chris Benden, the applicant's representative, and Mike Albert will review the applicant's proposal with you. And Mark Grochon, the owner of the property, is also part of this meeting and may want to offer some comments to you as well. After the packet was completed and sent out to you all for review, I received 6 letters from neighbors, including another letter from the caucus, the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus. And they were forwarded to you and will be included in the record. As well, today I got an update from the Aspen Valley Land Trust, who are updating their referral comment to you. Of particular note is that any amendments to the conservation easement that are a technical amendment to the conservation easement have to be approved by their board. This letter will be forwarded to you, and you guys will see the letter, and will also be included in the files. I want to say a huge thank you to Andrew Shoemaker and Mary Lackner for their drone work this Saturday. They were able to do a drone site visit, and we'll be using their footage during our presentation. I will note that public notice has been submitted. So Andrew and I are going to give you an overview of the property, then walk you through the lot line adjustments, the activity envelope adjustments, site plan review, and the request for an extension of vested rights. But first, I mean, this was pretty heavy in your memo, but I want to just give you guys a brief history of the property since 2002. The BOCC approved the Capitol Creek Ranch in a 1041 hazard review, conceptual subdivision, scenic overlay review, special review, and GMQS exemption in 2002. That approval included development of single-family dwelling units of up to 5,000 square feet of floor area on 7 newly created 35-acre parcels. It also allowed the use of TDRs to establish the development rights for 5 of the parcels. The approval was vested until September 25th, 2022. The remainder of the property, approximately 1,245 acres, was rezoned to rural and remote. The property is encumbered by a conservation easement to the benefit of Pitkin County and Aspen Valley Land Trust. The county purchased the 740-acre South Conservation Easement in 2003 and the 740-acre North Conservation Easement in 2013. A total of 25 TDRs were issued to extinguish development rights on the rural and remote zone portion of the property in conjunction with the acquisition of the conservation easements. The BOCC approved amendments to the 2002 approval in 2013. That approval revised lot lines and activity envelopes, amended the square footage for agricultural buildings, and eliminated the allowance to develop one 1,000 square foot cabin in the rural and remote zone district. In 2016, the Community Development Director approved amendments to amend the activity envelopes on lots 4 and 5, shifting them further away from Capitol Creek Road and clustering them together, and amended the boundaries of lot 4, 5, and 6 to coincide with the existing fence line and to adjust the lot line between lots 4 and 5 to accommodate the revised activity envelopes. In 2019, the conservation easement was amended and restated to reflect the amended activity envelopes and boundaries that were approved in 2016. So now what I have up on the screen for you is kind of just the graphic overview of the iterations to this property. So this was filed in 2013. And then, Andrew, you want to go to the next one? And then these are the first iterations of the lot line adjustments. There you can see lots 1, 2, 3, 4 is a really big parcel in between, and lot 5, 6, and 7. So Mark Grote-John, Barrett Door LLC purchased lots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Want to go to the next one? So these were the initial activity envelopes that were approved. And then the last slide shows you, this is where in 2016, this is where it shifted the activity envelopes on lot 4 and 5 further away from Capitol Creek Road. And Andrew, can you show them where Nicholson Creek Road is? So as you come off Capitol Creek Road, that's Nicholson Creek Road. So lots 1, 2, and 3 were platted and activity envelopes recorded off of Nicholson Creek Road. So now we have an overview of the property based upon what we're looking at today.
Thank you, Leslie. So just for the record, my name is Andrew Shoemaker. I work in the BITS and GIS department here at Pickton County. We were able to get out on Saturday, kind of last minute.
Just making sure Andrew has a mic so everyone at home can hear him.
Behind the scenes. Andrew Shoemaker, Pickton County GIS and BITS department. So what I want to go through today is some of the data that we collected from the drone flight on Saturday. So we've got a few photos here. We're going to go through where the story poles are, which highlight the roof line of the proposed development, some of the existing structures that are there, which will be removed or modified, and the proposed driveway rerouting. So we'll start off with a video here that is high level of the property. These are the existing structures on lots 4 and 5. And then we're going to pan around to where some of the proposed development is.
Correction, the structures are only on lot 4.
Thank you, Leslie.
So now we're looking at where lot 2 is proposed. And lot 5 is proposed over up next to those evergreen trees.
Now we'll get a little bit more detail on where the story poles are. So you can see the 2 poles in the middle of the screen there.
The story poles represent the east and west wing of the primary residence that is proposed on lot 2. We have another map graphic to show you guys as we get into it.
Does it show center height?
No, the primary residence is proposed as a flat roof home. The top of the orange
Talk about
band.
the elevation difference, please, Leslie, when you have a chance. Just the elevation difference. This is Greg.
I'm going to let Chris Benden and Mike Albert talk to you about that. But what I wanted to say is the top of the orange band represents the top of the roof, maximum height. The applicant has represented that they are proposing a 25-foot tall home.
So now we've got a video looking at Nicholson Creek and then panning up to the south to highlight some of the additional adjacent parcels which will be on for future consideration.
Can I invite George to ask his question?
Sure.
You're muted, George.
Thanks. Leslie, could you comment on how these lot line adjustments, if they differ in terms of the way the development was proposed by clustering and maintaining the large agricultural spaces that we're seeing?
Sure. We have a graphic to show the original property boundaries and activity envelopes, and then we have a graphic that will show you what they're proposing. And I can walk you through that when we put the graphic up. Is that okay, George?
But wasn't the original intent was to cluster the development around, again, maintaining the open space and the ag areas?
Yes. The size of the activity envelopes is not changing. Therefore, the amount of land area within the conservation easement is not changing. So here you go, George. The heavy red lines are what was approved and then amended. So we have Lot 1, which is off to the right of Nicholson Creek Road, and that is the activity envelope on Lot 1. That is not proposing to be adjusted. Then we had Lot 2, and that's the activity, no, other side, right side of Nicholson Creek Road. That was, or currently is until amended, Lot 2, and that is the activity envelope for Lot 2. Then right across the road we have Lot 3, and that's the activity envelope for Lot 3. Then if you go up to the top of the screen, we have the existing buildings. We have the existing 2 homes that are on the property, and there are a couple out structures and barns that are proposing to be replaced. So when Lot 4 and 5 were amended and the activity envelopes were pushed further away from Capitol Creek Road, the result was the heavy red box right there. Just Andrew's on the other side of the room from me. Stop right there. The heavy red box is what was adjusted for Lot 4. There's a agricultural envelope, which is the bigger one, and then the L-shaped box was the activity envelope for the new residents. Then if you go over to the left, those are the activity envelopes that were adjusted and approved for Lot 5. And if you see at the top of the screen, you can see where this is what the applicant is proposing. They're proposing to take the activity envelope and the development right off of Lot 2 and move it up to in between the heavy red lines. You see the cross-shaped white building? Mm-hmm. That is the primary residence that is proposed. That is the proposed new Lot 2. And the yellowish outline around that is the proposed activity envelope for Lot 2. To the left of that, in the pink area, is the proposed activity envelope for Lot 5. And in between those two, you can see the property line, proposed property line between the two. And then there's a property line that kind of defines that semicircle, mauve semicircle where there's some white buildings proposed. That boundary, that's the property boundary between 4 and 2 proposed. And those 4 little white buildings are the barns that are being proposed on Lot 4. The applicant is proposing to preserve the 2 existing homes on Lot 4. everything to the bottom of the screen of Lot 4, everything down below that you can see within the property boundaries of Lot 4, there's a pond. That is all part of the conservation easement. So the clustering.
So
Go ahead, George.
So does lot two currently is shown down on Nicholson Creek?
Yes.
That lot disappears. That lot gets moved.
Yes. That goes away,
so that,
and lot 1 absorbs the former lot 2. I'm sorry, I don't have a current activity envelope site plan to show you because the application there have been several iterations to the application since it was originally submitted. But as part of this process and a result of this process would be a recorded activity envelope and site plan review that would reflect the new location of the activity envelopes, the adjusted property boundaries. The only amendment to Lot 3 that is being proposed is the activity envelope. There's a new access point, and that's that little kind of gray right there. So the activity envelope is proposed to be adjusted to reflect that new access up to that envelope. Open Space and Trails and Aspen Valley Land Trust considered this proposal compared to the confines and parameters of the conservation easement. And they found that these lot line adjustments and the building activity envelope adjustments do not diminish the value of the conservation easement. And staff found that staff's recommendation is approval on the lot line adjustments because we are eliminating a parcel off of Nicholson Creek Road, and Nicholson Creek Road is a narrow 2-track dirt road. The proposed location, the previous location for Lot 2 is a fairly healthy stand of Gamble Oak. Open Space and Trails was reluctant to approve anything on that property in their recent review. Moving Lot 2 up to and in between Lot 4 and Lot 5 continues with the clustering concept of keeping all the buildings clustered together, therefore preserving more agricultural land. And the proposal is for currently the existing homes have a primary driveway right off of Nicholson Creek Road. But the applicant is proposing a new driveway off of Capitol Creek Road that would come in to that circular drive that you see. And so it would be one access that would then access Lot 5, Lot 2, and the ranch buildings for, where'd you go?
I just want to show that video.
The ranch buildings for Lot 4 and connected to the existing houses on Lot 4. This is the proposed alignment of the new drive. Via drone.
And I'm hoping this footage looks smooth on your guys' end. On the TV here, it looks a little jerky.
So they're going to only access by drone? I have a question, Liz.
Yes, go ahead.
On Lot 1, since they're taking Lot 2 and aggregating it into Lot 1, has there been any discussion about putting a overlying conservation easement over Lot 1 so no further development?
That was not part of the application.
Because that's a pretty significant parcel now. I would hate to see that after preserving it if this was to move through with these lot line adjustments. So that'd be something I think we might want to talk about further.
Hey, Patty, that lot is already conserved with the conservation easement that's existing. This is Paul Holsinger, CE and Agriculture Administrator for Open Space. and
So
Trails.
lot
Sorry.
1 already has a conservation easement over, did it extend to lot 2 as it exists currently?
The entire property is conserved with a conservation easement. And yeah, everything you see there has already been encumbered.
Okay, so that's a good question then. So if it already has a conservation easement over it, and we're gonna move lot 2 over by lot 5 and 4, is there a conservation easement that already exists there, or do we have to amend that conservation easement to allow development? Good question, we can follow up on.
Paul may be able to answer that right now, but technically, a result of this process is the conservation easement needs to be amended. Anyway. But I think, Patty, your question is where the activity envelope is right now for lot 2. When that goes away, would that be absorbed
Right.
within the conservation easement?
And is moving the activity envelope of lot 2 up to where there's already a conservation easement allowed, or will that be part of amending the conservation easement that currently exists over the entire property? Thanks, Paul, who came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
We didn't hear babies in the background.
Sorry to surprise you. No, she's napping, thankfully.
Thank you.
So the that area that is on the screen right now, where lot 2 envelope is currently located,
Right.
that will be conserved, and the development's going to be removed and moved up to where they're proposing another lot.
So we'd
up top
flip that part of the conservation easement as part of the amending the conservation easement. Yes.
Correct, and the only reason we need to amend the conservation easement is because the exhibit to the conservation easement shows the lot lines. So to make sure the easement is accurate, we need to perform a technical amendment so that the exhibit is accurate. Otherwise, all the terms are going to stay the same. The house sizes, lot sizes, activity envelopes, all that's going to be still restricted by the conservation easement, as it still is written.
Okay, so that we need to bring that in at some point later on. Okay,
Mhm.
thank you, Paul.
Okay, I don't see any other questions from commissioners, so let's keep going.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about the site plan review. So we are doing site plan review for lot 2. Can you go back to that last graphic? This graphic is not as complicated as the previous one. So we're doing a site plan review for the primary residence, which is there on lot 2. And we're doing site plan review for the new barn structures on lot 4. As part of site plan review, we're also looking at the access road. So the applicant put up some story poles. We captured the story poles in our drone review. You can see, there they are. So as you could see in the previous graphic, the house is proposed to be a single story, flat roofed, with 4 wings coming off of a central point. The applicant has represented to the Snowmass Caucus that, and then as we were kind of going back and forth with the story poles, the top of the orange band represents the top of the roof. And the applicant has represented that that would be 25 feet. Maximum height in this zone district is 28 feet. 28 feet in the county is measured midway between the bottom of the eave and the top of the ridge. So I want us to understand the visualization of this, a 25-foot house, flat roof.
Looks like George has a question. You're on mute.
I'll just keep myself unmuted. Listen, looking at these story poles, again, that is lot 2. for the primary residence, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Oh, all right, thanks.
Yeah, can you go? We're gonna go back. What we were just looking at in the story poles is on lot 2 is the east and the west wing end, right there. Now, one thing about the site plan is there is to the south of the house is a mapped wetlands, and the code requires a setback from the wetlands. And the applicant, in response to some questions about moving the house off of that rocky ridge, it's difficult to move the house closer because you have those wetlands, which is represented by the green line there on the property.
So,
Go ahead, Patty.
I have a question. Having been out there, stood on the road, looked at the story poles, are you telling me now that one of the wings of this cross house will be coming towards the road? So you have story poles here, but you're gonna have a wing that comes out more towards the road, so more in your face if you're standing on the road. So do we have a level where, that's a drone, we don't have a level, I think one picture before that maybe? If you,
This is the view
Yeah,
from Capitol Creek Road
that's from the
towards the
road.
property.
So those are the two pieces of the house this way. I don't know what directions.
Yeah, east and west.
But there'll be another one running north and south?
Yeah.
So there'll be one more that's coming out further towards the road.
I think the design team who's on the line and wants to make a presentation, maybe they
If
could.
you guys, yeah, if that's a question that they
Yeah,
can
that's
answer. Because it would have been nice to see that story pole, the one that's more coming at you, rather than the ones that are running across. I would like to see that.
So, with regard to the house, staff is recommending approval of site plan review. I do have one condition I would add to the resolution that I forgot to put in, and that would be that samples of all exterior colors and materials shall be submitted so we can ensure that the colors of the home and the barns are earthen tones, which is a scenic view protection standard. Staff is also recommending approval of site plan because the house is proposed to be lower than the maximum height as allowed in the zone district. The house is located in the area that has been considered for location of development, particularly with the amendment that moved the building envelopes from Capitol Creek Road, further away from Capitol Creek Road. It's clustering development in one area of the property. They're utilizing one access to access 3 properties. I think with Andrew has some video from the road of what you would see driving up the road. I do want to comment though on the driveway, the proposed driveway. So the driveway is, the light green line is the proposed driveway, albeit probably not the exact alignment as the design team has created. But to the left of that is an existing ranch road. I wouldn't really call it a road, but yeah, I mean, it's a track. It's an old track. But where the existing, where the proposed driveway, the alignment of that proposed driveway, a portion of it as it goes to cross the ditch encroaches into the setback of the mapped wetlands. And the code does, here we have a graphic of that. The green line is your setback line, and you can see where the road and then a portion of the bridge encroach into the wetlands. The code allows roads and bridges to encroach into the wetland setback if there's no feasible alternative. And staff believes that there is a feasible alternative, although it may not be as lovely as the design team has proposed. So staff is recommending approval of the site plan for the primary residence on Lot 2 with the revised access. And we're also, and my condition of approval that I'm adding to the resolution. And staff is also recommending site plan approval for the 2 barns structures. They're proposed in similar locations as the existing barn structures, and they are proposed to be at a maximum of 20 feet according to the plans that were submitted. Again, exterior colors and materials are important to be submitted. So let's go to just.
Can I just ask a question about the driveway real quick?
Sure.
So is the existing Branch Road, which already is an existing access, so we wouldn't have to have another disturbance if we use the existing access, could that not then access the new house on Lot 2, Lot 5, and the barn structures?
Can you go back to that graphic? Yes, and hopefully the design team can go back, can talk about it. You'll see how the driveways are integrated.
Okay, because I'd like to see if we cannot fulfill that thing of consolidating access with one road, especially when that one road is existing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So Patty.
George has a question also, sorry.
So this is the site plan that they're proposing and the activity envelope plan. So there's the driveway they're proposing, and you can see where that
Another one
track
is right next door.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Leslie.
Yeah.
Okay, George?
Leslie, is staff recommending any landscaping around the primary house to break that up at all?
During the caucus presentation that the design development team made to the caucus at their second meeting, Mike Albert went into a lot of detail about the landscaping that is being proposed and how the home is actually stepping into the grades of the property. And so I'll let them respond to that question, George, and then we'll just want to make sure that we have a condition of approval that captures the landscaping as proposed. Now we have some footage of if you were on Capitol Creek Road as a pedestrian or in a vehicle, what you will see. Those are the flags that were put up for the new barn structures.
So we'll start off with just a still to show some of the larger trees on the property as well as the brush that lines the road pretty well there. And then we'll go through first a video driving up Capitol Creek Road. So along the property you'll start to see buildings showing up, and then you will start to pick up those story poles as we get past the existing structures. And I'll make sure to share these videos, this presentation afterwards.
Where the deer
So this
that
is the
jumped out
new
at me.
driveway here proposed. Now we're crossing the ditch, and then we will open up on the existing access.
That's existing.
Right there. So you can see the story poles a little bit in the background there. The dense vegetation in places.
Is that you?
That was Mary's car.
It wasn't me, no, I was there on Monday.
All right, and then I'm going to jump to a shorter video headed down Capitol Creek Road.
So this would be Lot 5 by the existing evergreens?
I believe that's correct. So you can see there's a little bit more mature trees on this side.
And then you should be seeing the
And now you're
story
going to
poles.
start to see the story poles.
One criteria for scenic review is that the structure does not break a ridge. silhouette against the sky.
So then the next couple videos we took were from Nicholson Creek Road. So we'll start out with a picture of that. This is the first clearing when you come past the existing driveway to the property. And then we've zoomed in a little bit down below just to help identify where those poles are.
It's a self-portrait.
Yeah.
So
So here's the view from Nicholson Creek Road.
as you're going up into the property.
Correct, headed south on Nicholson Creek Road. So we just turned off from the existing driveway, and we can see a somewhat similar structure of vegetation and visibility. And this is from car height, not from a drone height. So Leslie, with that, I'm going to turn it back to you. We do have some other videos of the adjacent lots, but I'll let you direct me if we need to see those.
So with regard to the lot line adjustments, the activity envelope, and site plan review, staff is recommending approval of the lot line adjustments. Staff is also recommending approval of site plan review. We're only doing site plan review for the barn structures on Lot 4 and the primary residence on Lot 2. Site plan review will be required for lots 1, 3, and 5 at the time that they're ready to submit for site plan review. The applicant also requested to extend their vested rights. In 2002, vested rights were a vested right period until September 25th, 2022 was provided. The applicant is requesting to extend the vested rights for lots 4 and 2 until 2024, and to extend the vested rights for lots 1, 3, and 5 to 2027. Staff is supportive of the extension requests for the properties. However, one of the big items for an extension of vested rights is what was the code at the time in 2002? What is the code today, and what will the code be like with the extension of vested rights? So I pulled this out of the reso. This is what staff is recommending. So currently, right now, the property is vested till, as I said, 2022 with, and that vesting included the definition of floor area at the time in 2002, which provided for a below-grade space exemption of 4,000 square feet and a floor area exemption up to 750 square feet for a garage. The conservation easement limits the total square footage of the house to 5,000 square feet. However, staff has determined that the floor area at the time provided for a below-grade space and a garage space exempt from floor area. So for lots 1, 3, and 5, staff is recommending that an extension of vested rights to 2027, and each of the lots would be limited to a maximum of 8,250 square feet of residential floor area, as you can see calculated based on the definition in effect at the time of building permit submission. Now, 8,250 is the maximum floor area cap that the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus has imposed on their own neighborhood. Any floor area in excess of 5,000 square feet has to be below grade space. And the exhibit is our code language that defines how you calculate below-grade space. The other important thing about what was vested at the time is that a TDR equaled 5,000 square feet. So we are maintaining that equation, 1 TDR for 5,000 square feet. And then what also was vested was the amount of square footage for agricultural buildings that could be built on each of the lots. And we are continuing that square footage for ag buildings into the vesting. So for lots 2 and 4, we are recommending that lot 2 shall be limited to a maximum of 9,750 square feet of residential floor area. This is based upon the 2002 floor area definition. And there I say in the tax 4,000 square feet below grade space, 750 square feet for garages and carports. The TDR equals 5,000 square feet. And then for lot 4, maximum of 8,250 square feet. Right now, there's approximately 6,086 square feet on the property with the 2 existing residential units. The applicant has not proposed to demolish those and build a new house. The application stated that they wanted to maintain that. And then we carried forward the agricultural square footage. There's other conditions of approval that are reflected in the resolution that are tied to the extension of vesting. But staff found that we felt it was appropriate to extend the vested rights for lots 2 and 4. There's been quite a bit of design work that's gone on in lot 2, and so we wanted to honor that design work that design work was based upon their understanding of what was vested in 2002. The benefits of extending vested rights is it gives the property owner more time to thoughtfully plan and design future development on the property, which they have stated is a primary goal of theirs. 1,490 acres of land has been preserved with the conservation easement. The property has been downzoned, creating rural and remote zoning and sterilizing the land against development. That was 1,254 plus or minus acres that were sterilized. The limitation of 7 lots in the RS30 zone district, there could have been the potential of 50 units on the site if someone had been allowed to go through a straight subdivision process. The conservation easement and this development plan clusters development next to existing development, next to existing infrastructure like Capitol Creek Road and other roads. It's on land that's already been disturbed from the agricultural uses. And the size of the activity envelopes were limited in the original approval. They're limited in the conservation easement. And this proposal to amend the activity envelopes does not change the size of the activity envelopes. Therefore, staff recommends that the board consider an extension of vested rights.
George, I see you have some questions. Go ahead, please. You're muted.
Okay. I'm trying not to have background noise, but Leslie, I'm a little confused regarding the vesting rights because we'll pull up that chart again. Right now, the original 2002 TDR was worth 5,000 square feet. We know now it's only worth 2,500 square feet. The original approval for at least that one lot was 9,750 square feet, including 4,000 sub. And now we know that the max is only 8,250, including sub. So why would we want to extend the vesting rights versus letting them expire and coming into our new code?
Well, the applicant, that's a good question. The applicant has two choices. The applicant has vesting until 2022 on all 5 lots. The applicant right now could submit building permits on all 5 parcels and get into our process prior to vesting expiring. In 2022, site plan review is not required. The applicant would obviously have to adhere to the amended plats with the activity envelopes and the conservation easement. But you're right. But staff has, so what the applicant has today is 5,000 square feet, a 750 square foot garage, and 4,000 square foot basement. What the applicant is proposing is to go through Pitkin County's site plan review process, and the applicant in their application, and I'm sure their team could talk about this, is proposing to spend some time planning the land, planning the development on the land in a more coherent fashion than just rushing to drop in building permits. The property was approved in 2002. No development has occurred yet. And the applicant has bought 5 properties and wants to plan them in a more cohesive, long-term vision for the property. So staff felt that given what is vested, given what our current code is, and given what the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus maximum of 8250 is, we felt that what we're representing in numbers 4 and 5 is honoring what was intended with the original approval, reflecting what is the request of the neighborhood today, as well as acknowledging that the applicant has taken some time and diligence in planning this property.
You have another question, George? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's always kind of the argument for the applicant. They always want, they want to extend the vesting rights so they have more time to plan. In this case, they're really not providing any additional benefits for vesting rights. And the whole purpose for vesting rights is to ensure that when those expire, that those applications have to come up with a new code. Otherwise, why even bother having vesting rights? So this will be, I think, a future discussion this afternoon with the board in terms of what are we actually getting in terms of if we want to approve these amendments. I think we should have some negotiation in here that may fit more with the current code. So that's for future discussion today.
Sure, and that's the board's prerogative. I do want to point out that right now the applicant on all 5 of the lots has 9,750 square feet. And with the extension of vesting for 3 of the lots, that would drop to 8,250.
Okay. Thank you, Leslie. Are you finished, or will you turn it over to the applicant's representatives? No, oh, it's great. I'm just checking in. Okay, so will Chris Bendon be taking the lead here, or one of his associates?
Yeah, I'll be starting. This is Chris Bendon. I'll be starting, and then we will, there's a few handoffs, but we'll walk through our presentation if you're ready.
We are ready. I'm going to make sure, okay, you have screen sharing permissions. Great.
Yep. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you for continuing to do business, first of all, through the pandemic. It's good to see that we can still have these conversations about these properties and move forward. My name is Chris Bendon. I work for Bendon Adams. and I'm here representing Barrett Door. Mark Grochon is the owner, and he will be speaking. He's on the call. And Mike Albert, who is a principal at Design Workshop, he'll also be speaking. We have several other folks that are on the call that can help as needed with questions, and I'll just say who they are. Lonnie Blanchard, who's the managing member of Barrett Door. Luis Menendez is a local architect, Menendez Architects. Mike Simpson is with Koru General Contractors. Riley Timmons and Mike Kramer are with Bendon Adams, my shop. And Aviva Rubin, Tomas Regatos, and Jeff Schwartz are with the Mark Grochon studio. So if you're wondering who these folks are on the Zoom call, that's who they are. Okay, next slide, please. So we fully expect this is a lot to get through today. I will be talking about the history of this subdivision, trying not to overly duplicate what Leslie went through. But there's some important kind of markers in the history of this subdivision. The proposed changes that we are making, the referral comments that we've seen, and we don't expect to, we're ready, but we don't expect to get to the actual resolution details. So we want to see how close we can get to that, but we do have quite a few points that we'd like to review in detail with the resolution that may be more appropriate with us working with staff directly, but at least get to the kind of substantive points, the major points of our application. Okay, next slide. The team has been very responsive and has altered the plan kind of throughout the process. We had a former iteration that had some things in it that were problematic to various groups. Those have been adjusted and taken care of. We now have support from the Open Space and Trails and ABLT, as Leslie went through. They are subject to a technical amendment, but we understand that as a almost administrative type change. And we had support from the caucus. Now that kind of, it seems to maybe have come and gone, but it's been a little bit of a dynamic there, but we've had good conversations with the caucus. Also today, I think Leslie mentioned he has some letters of support, and I think just today came in one from Brad Day, who manages the cattle operations and irrigation operations on the property, and from the owner of the Nicholson Creek Ranch, who's on the far south end of Nicholson Creek Road. Conversations are still ongoing with neighbors, and we all live in a very tight-knit, close community, so we all kind of time change roles. Leslie Lamont is maybe the best example of this, but we're neighbors and applicants and regulators and buyers and sellers, and we all kind of switch roles from time to time as like a big bag of nuts. So, but know that conversations are still going on with neighbors, and as recently as this morning, and have actually recently taken a positive turn. So we all feel good about that. Okay, next slide, please. So the original subdivision, what we call the original subdivision, the Reso 190, there's kind of three important approvals. Prior to this subdivision process, this property could have been a pretty large scale subdivision, something in the order of 45, 50 homes, 15,000 square feet each, quite different than what it is today. But the three important approvals, this first one is from 2002, which included the creation of 7 lots, 35-acre lots. And as Leslie mentioned, each was allocated 5,000 square feet of floor area, and then exempt from that were two important exemptions: up to a 4,000 square foot basement, and up to a 750 square foot garage. And they were specifically exempted from floor area. There was also the conservation of the south parcel. And as Leslie mentioned, this approval allowed for the developer, the owner of each one of those lots, to go in and just submit for building permit, right? It's kind of the end of the conversation on the land use side. The only thing remaining was submission for building permit and those technical requirements of obtaining a permit. Okay, next slide, please. So the second kind of important approval was this first amendment, which happened in 2013, Reso 35. It continued all the floor area allowances for residential. It changed the floor area allowances for agricultural, kind of stacking more onto the large parcel. Most of the lots reduced down to about 10 to 15 acres or so. There was a lowering of heights to 20 feet on lots 4 and 5 due to their proximity to Capitol Creek Road. So you see the two kind of pinkish blobs there towards the north next to Capitol Creek Road. Those had a 20-foot height restriction. The lot 4 is the large agricultural conservation parcel, and that became attached, if you will, is maybe the best word, to one of the development rights, so that there would be a house associated with that parcel that also had kind of management of that, of the large parcel. So as opposed to a common area that maybe no one really owns, there would be a specific owner. There was elimination of a backcountry cabin and a conservation of what's called the north parcel through both purchase by the county and additional TDRs, the purchase of an easement by the county. Okay, next slide, please. So in 2016, and prior to the sale of the property, the Capitol Creek Ranch Company submitted an amendment to the approvals, and this kind of maintained the intent of the clustered development. So it has the same general layout, but there were four changes, and 3 of them are important. The first one is maybe not important to our conversation, but it adjusted the lot line between lots 5 and lot 6. Lot 6 is the child property to the west. So there was a fence line and a desire to align the lot line with the fence line. So that was done. And then the last 3 amendments are substantive. Shifting the activity envelopes away from Capitol Creek Road. So instead of right up against Capitol Creek, as you saw them in the previous slide, they were moved a little bit further south on 4 and 5, placed in an area that some are now concerned about. So we feel it's important to kind of know, kind of when that happened. So that happened in 2016, that those lot activity envelopes were moved up to that area. The second substantive change was removal of that 20-foot height restriction. So it allows for houses to go to the full 28 feet. And as you're probably all familiar, in the county code, you can go 5 feet higher with a ridge line. So most developments that you see have a peaked roof, and so those ridge heights are allowed to go to 33 feet. And then the last substantive thing that happened in 2016 was a re-recordation of the floor area definition from 2002. It was originally attached or referenced in the 2002 resolution, but the exhibit didn't show up in the recording. So that was re-recorded to essentially reinforce that those properties are enabled the 5,000 square foot base floor area, including an additional 4,000 up to 4,000 of basement and up to 750 for garage space. So those all happened in that 2016 amendments. So after that, the sale went through, and Barrett Dorr, Mark Rochon, took ownership of the property in very late 2016, I think is actually the last few days of December, and then started using the property and having a deeper appreciation for the land, and has taken time, since then to decide kind of how to improve upon those 2016 approvals, which included keeping the ranch compound in some fashion, but you'll hear more about that as we go through. Next slide, please. Before I hand this off to Mike Alpert, I just wanted to do a little bit of orientation on the lot numbering. So the map on the left is the current condition, And as you'd expect, from left to right is the numbering of the lots in sequence, right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's a lot of importance around lot 4, which is the agricultural parcel. And those conservation easements use lot 4 throughout. And so we had originally had suggested a renumbering so that the map would look nice and clean. And the open space and trails folks in the AVLT said, no, that's a nightmare. Please keep it number 4. So that's why you see the numbering being a little bit kooky in terms of the right to left being 5, 2, 4, 3, 1 now in our proposal. So we'll be the only 10 people in the county that know this or appreciate it. But that's how we got there. So that's why you see the numbering being a little goofy. And essentially lot 2 moving from the southern portion of the development up to the northern portion of the development. So that's just a kind of point of reference. And with that, I will hand it over to Mike Huppert.
I don't know where my cupboard is.
There's a lot of people on.
Mike, you might be muted.
I see him on there.
You should be able to speak. I think Mike.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes, we
Yes,
can.
we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. How about I just put in my headphones? How about now?
Yes, we can still hear you.
Okay. Wonderful. Apologies for that. So everyone, again, Mike Albert, Principal and Landscape Architect with Design Workshop here in Aspen. Thanks for your... Before I launch into the presentation, I would like to start by saying that it's really been a privilege to work on this very special piece of property and with an individual who, in my opinion, brings a very different approach than many of the clients that we see come into our office. From the beginning, his vision has really been rooted in how to celebrate the land and live with the land in the decisions that are made. So it's a vision that has sort of evolved to where we think about native landscape remaining intact, where disturbed areas are enhanced, and where even areas of future disturbance simply because of construction is thought about in a restoration. And it's not thought about as massive lawns and bluegrass expanses, which is just really wonderful to hear. The second is that it's also a vision that really has respected the wildlife values that the conservation easement, one of the goals was for that. And so I wanted to speak about that. It's a vision where the architecture and the site improvements strive to sit subservient to the larger valley and the setting. It's one with the retaining of the homestead, where the history of the site is recognized and even saved. It's a balance. It's trying to strike a balance between the given rights of the applicant, but also doing the right thing from those who will view it along public roads. And the final thing, and I think that this is actually a really important aspect, is that it's a vision that we all are a part of that is thinking about these 5 parcels together in unison. And it's not where, you have 5 different landowners and 5 different architectural vernaculars and 5 different approaches to landscape is sort of imposed on it. It really, it's wonderful to think about this in one whole. So we've talked about this to mark that to achieve that many of these goals, it's really critical to develop a thorough foundation for land planning decisions. There's aspects of ecology, the visual assessment, the functional value. All of those things need to be considered, but also how the interventions that are planned are thoughtfully integrated into the plan. So my presentation is going to speak on 3 items. One is the existing conditions and an overview of the analysis in which we did. The second is to talk high level and walk through the decisions of the envelope plans and the lot lines and the driveway aspects. And the third is to talk through more site-specific architecture and landscape elements that rest within this larger framework. So next slide. So I'd like to start with this aerial image that really illustrates the property's rich and various vegetation communities. Along, we saw this in the drone footage, but along Capitol Creek, there are a number of areas of the aspen woodland and the willows that really serve very important visual buffer between the road and the existing improvements on the property, the existing buildings and the barns. There's that. There's also the sagebrush fields that previous approvals would have completely wiped, but now are being avoided by the activity envelopes. The third is the grasslands, or some of the areas that in the heart of this image that have really admittedly been stomped out due to past activity and just over time has been disturbed. The fourth is the irrigation ditches that generally run north and south along the property. Those are very influential in the types of vegetation that are along there. Gamble oak groves, particularly on the hillsides and on the former Lot 1 and 2. The mixed conifer forests, the wetland drainage, all of those things. And I hope that you will see that our application in a whole tries to think about these and the decisions that are made collectively, and in certain areas that are sagebrush areas, that is thought about as being restored in sagebrush. In areas that are native grasslands, that is being restored. So the next image is a constraints and overview of the slopes. So what you see in color are where the slopes obviously take a more abrupt lift. So the majority of the heart of the parcel is under 15% and really just rolls up and down like most of the rest of the valley floor on there. So the majority of the grade change is really on the hillside beyond the ditch of Lot 5, and then down on Lot 3 further to the south of the parcel. I do want to point out on this plan, and it's a little bit faint, but there are a number of wetland areas and applicable setbacks that need to be considered. Those areas, hopefully, Riley, you can point to those. One is to the northern part of the site between the existing homestead and the road. There's a green kind of haze to that area. So there is that large tract. And then the area that has already been discussed to the south of the, what I call the heart of the parcel, to the west of the pond. That all is sort of that low-lying area, and that you can certainly pick up in the aerial view of a much richer tone of green on there. I think I'll move forward then to the next slide. So these collective drivers, in consideration with how Mark envisions using the project and his program, yielded the adjusted activity envelopes that we would like to review here in more detail in a moment. Next slide. We have, as already been stated, the movement of the Lot 2 parcel from the lower right-hand side of the image up to the heart of the parcel is what's depicted in this plan. And next slide. And how those obviously relate to the former envelopes. And there's a couple things that haven't been talked about, but I think are really important here. One is that the way in which the property lines and the activity envelopes orientated themselves virtually north-south on those two upper lots. So the view sort of up the valley was not in parallel with the envelopes. And I think that is one of the aspects that I would like to talk about in a moment, is that we have shifted this more from a north-south orientation to envelopes that start to open up the view up the valley. Riley, I'd like to maybe go back to the previous plan and then start to zoom in on the 5 lots, starting with lot 3 down at the bottom. So I'll start in the south and move north. So lot 3, in our studies, we identified that the existing narrow truck road that currently accesses the area in blue cannot easily meet the Pickens County driveway standards for health and safety, both in its steepness, but also with the need for very, very large walls. So what we looked at was an alternative that would actually bring the access point further up Nicholson Road, and by getting further up, we're higher in elevation, which means we have less vertical distance to go between Nicholson and the primary envelope on there. So it reduces the length, the disturbance, and the necessary walls, which we really would like to avoid. So in summary, that is the only change proposed in lot 3. Pivoting to lot 2, we've already talked, but just, I think this image, the former lot 2. So it's been discussed, but I think this aerial really highlights it, that there is, of the 5 previous envelopes, this envelope possessed the largest amount of the Gamble Oaks on the property. And so this has been extinguished and moved up, and part of the other envelopes clustering them to the north, to allow the Gamble Oaks to stay preserved, untouched, for forage and cover for wildlife on there. Lot 1, as Leslie and Chris stated, Lot 1 has no proposed changes to it. So moving on up to the pink area, the lot. So as previously stated, the plan preserves the location and the actual existing homes. We believe this is significant because it keeps what was already there, but its location is really important because the existing aspen and willow groves that were previously discussed between this and Capitol Creek continue to virtually buffer its view from the public road. The design strategically reuses the location of the existing agricultural buildings. So Riley, maybe you can point to where those historical or the former ag barn are located in the location of the barn.
In the circle.
Okay, thank you. In the circle, thank you. So again, this is significant because it's similar to the existing home. The aspen groves buffer the majority of these buildings on there, and there are additional plantings proposed around there. So it keeps the cluster between the barns and the existing house that was previously approved, follows the historical pattern. The envelope also, the divide between the pink and the orange, I think is also important because the envelope maintains a view shed between these 2 envelopes. This is critical because it sort of keeps the view south to the existing shale outcropping. This also maintains the agricultural land in this area and the activity that was intended for that. So leapfrogging over lot 2, I'm going to jump to lot 5. We believe this property is also important because you're continuing up the valley, so it's higher in its elevation than any others. When you accommodate for the height, this has potential impact. So we have shifted the envelope strategically further west and against the hillside to where there's existing aspens and Gamble Oaks. There's also, as you can see underneath the pink area, the purple area, that there's a collection of large spruce trees that can really allow these buildings to rest within that area. So the proposed envelope, to state the obvious, avoids the steep slopes on the wetland setbacks to the south. And as discussed, it turns the property lines and the associated setbacks so that it looks up the valley towards Haystack. The final is lot 2, and what we like to start with was there were a number of trade-offs in the decision-making of Lot 2. There's viewshed, wildlife corridor, proximity to neighbors, all of those aspects together. We have thought about the distance between the envelope and Capitol Creek Road, and thought about how you would experience that from the roadway. It has been stated, but not so accurate, the original approvals allowed it within the buildings within 50 feet of Capitol Creek. This moved it back to 750 feet from the road, 2.5 football fields, and it will be buffered to those who asked earlier by vegetation of natural aspen groves that would create a veil between the architecture and the house. The building is situated in an area that really has very little vegetation. It's not in the meadows. And the home emerges from the existing natural grade. And the exits of the home, it's a pretty unique home in that the exits just simply exit right on existing grade. The tallest part of the building is actually located on the south side, away from the highway, away from the road. And to answer the question earlier, there is 3 feet that transitions from the west side to the east side of existing grade. And we think together this building, as well as the buildings for Lot 5, cluster those together on there. I'd like to pivot now to the next, I think 2 slides ahead, on access and driveway. We have given quite a bit of thought to where the driveway and the curb cut is located, and Leslie pointed out a number of good things. The previous approval located the driveway at the west end of the entire property. It crossed the irrigation ditch. It cut through the sagebrush. So we support the concept of locating a driveway at the end of the property, but for a few reasons, we actually believe that it's better to move it over to the other end of sort of the view opening on there. While not a heavily trafficked road, I think we do have concerns that the previously approved curb cut on Lot 5 really creates a blind spot, and Riley can point that out. So our proposed solution tries to eliminate that blind spot on there. As Leslie shared, there is an existing ranch road that is not too far from that. I'd like to clarify a few things since our original application. We have first adjusted the driveway to avoid all wetland areas and wetland setbacks. So you can zoom into that, Riley, and see how the driveway avoids that. So that was a good pickup, Leslie, and we have corrected that. I'd also like to clarify that the proposed driveway actually does follow the existing cut of the sagebrush for the southern half of it. And so we can toggle back to the aerial, but it does intentionally follow that. But for the northern half of it, we felt that there were more pros of sweeping it over and hugging it against the existing line of vegetation. And we thought about that in the context of a larger parcel. So the first reason is that we felt like the presence of the cut, was pretty much a straight shot right into the property, and that by moving it over and hugging closer to the green area on the plan, that it was, number one, a more sinuous driveway where it would tuck behind the vegetation quicker, and number two, it was a more sinuous driveway versus a straight functional ranch road that the previous was. So we have tried to balance all of those things with this proposed driveway. And to state the obvious, it still maintains one curb cut from Capitol Creek on there. The driveways come in, the orange area would be accommodated for the fire truck. So you can see where those are. There is a small area that would connect the circle between the main house and the orange area to the east. That is a 2-track basically walking trail that is really intended for pedestrian use and not for vehicular traffic. So moving forward, the next image is an overview of how all of these pieces come together in the same bird's eye. So the existing ranch compound in the foreground, the driveway that tucks in, hugs the vegetation, sweeps into the barn, and then drifts around to the main house. The main house softened with that veil of aspen vegetation, likewise with the barn area as well there. Next image are a series of before and after for scenic. So the existing conditions of where the entry of the driveway would be. So it cuts in where there is no sagebrush. And the next image, where it moves in, crosses the ditch, connects with the existing area of disturbed, and then connects to the barn. Next image. We have seen images of the story poles, so I'll keep going on this. Next image. Next image. Okay, another existing photograph looking over the sagebrush area and after. So I have frozen on my screen.
Yeah, it's not advancing here in the room. We're still looking at the existing view shed.
It's so quiet, you don't even see it. Riley, are you advancing?
There we go.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next slide. So I'd like to just conclude with some comments around the architectural character and the foundation for the idea here. So these images really speak to where the architecture started from. And in fact, you know, the image on the bottom is one of the lichen covered boulders that exist on the house or exist on the property today. So really deriving those colors, a muted natural color palette that is part of the landscape already. Next image. So in conversations, you know, we have had many discussions around where the ideas for the architecture comes from, settlement patterns and from the region, from, you know, our local Roaring Fork Valley, but also in the right image, the dilapidated barn that exists on the site, these very simple, honest forms that are a part of the integrity of the valley here. So the next image, while maybe a few laughs, this is actually a really, I think, an interesting image where the house is lowered into this existing landscape. And it's not, again, about this expansive, manicured domestic landscape. It is more about the native landscape wrapping right up to the home and immersing it and the home growing out from it. Next image. I think it's really important, too, to touch for a moment about grading and how we have tried to listen to specifically the caucus's comment. On the left-hand image, you can see the first version of the home, still a cross house. And in this rendition of it, it was one level without any steps on the inside. And so to be able to walk out on those, we needed to create a flat pad. And the red lines that you start to see here indicate how we would need to manipulate that land to create a flat pad for the home to rest on. The image to the right is the modified architecture, where internally in the house steps down inside from west to east. And so you can see the reduction of the amount of grading that is necessary, the amount of disturbance, and the way in which the house simply grows out of grade in all directions instead of being on top of it. And I think this is just a really important aspect as we think about the land. The final slide, before I hand it over to Mark, there are many areas on the site, talked about sagebrush, wetland areas, aspens. You know, this is really the palette that we want to build from. And so there are areas that have been previously disturbed, and we would like to bring in areas of sagebrush and aspens and really heal that land, in addition to the areas disturbed by construction for this. So in conclusion, I just hope that, while probably long-winded, I hope this information really shares that there has been a really thoughtful approach to the existing conditions and the analysis. You know, we've thought about this at all levels, from a macro 5-lot parcel all the way down to the landscape details. So with that, Riley, maybe the final slide, and then Mark, who is the owner and we've been working with, he'd like to share his thoughts about the importance of the property on there.
Okay. Let me check in with the board to see if there's any questions at this point. I know we're all eager to keep moving. I don't see any. Okay, Mark, nice to see you. Welcome.
Hi, nice to see you guys. Thanks for having me. I wish I was in Colorado. I wish I was in the room with you guys, except for the fact that it's healthier this way. I'm a little nervous.
You can pull him up.
I've done 2 caucus meetings. Both of them were pretty hardcore. It's pretty hardcore when you have a vision, and there are a lot of people that
Is this the owner?
have opinions on your vision, and I understand that that's part of what I signed up for. Let me tell you a little bit about how I came to this property. I came to this property with Lane Shea, who grew up in the valley. Actually, with her father was the first time I saw. And we were looking at places in Emma, and that seemed more closer to other kids, because I have 2 kids, closer maybe to the school. But the father said that I should come up here to Old Snowmass, and I did. And it was beautiful, and it looked like the Sound of Music. And they took me up to the Child's Ranch. They actually took me to, because it was being sold as Capitol Creek Ranch, I believe. And the ranch right across the street was also being sold as Capitol Creek Ranch. And so I went to see the other one, and it was really groomed and really beautiful, and the houses on it were perfect. And I looked over at the Child's Ranch, and I was like, I don't even know what that is. That is a mountain. Like, how do you buy a mountain? What would you do if that was what you purchased? We're switching the slides. Do we want to? Okay. And it was too much for me. It was absolutely too much for me. It was too much for my brain to handle. And so I left it alone, continued to look at Emma, and I think 6 months later came out in the spring to look at a horse ranch in Emma, and ended up coming out here just because it was still for sale. I wanted to see the Capitol across, and I saw this, and I said I'd like to see it. And we arranged with the real estate brokers. I got on a buggy. We went through the thing. It was like a safari, and we ended up in the draw. And that was the first time I met Steve Child, and he was there, I believe, with his daughter. First, they were in the distance, and their dogs came running, and I've never seen dogs that happy, and that continues to be true. Both of their dogs are the happiest. Like, if I die and go to heaven, let me be one of their dogs. I wrote a few things down. Steve, because it was a long drawn out process. There are 5 siblings. There were things that I didn't know about in terms of watering rights, flood irrigation. So I was in a lot of contact with Steve. He talked to me about flood irrigation. He said that he would not continue to flood irrigate the property if I bought it, but that he would teach me how. And he did, to a degree, and he taught my friend Jeff, who works for me, when he came out there for 2 weeks. he said his family was on the land for 60 years. I said, hopefully I'll be on the land for 50, but maybe with my kids, maybe more. I said that it wasn't land that you could own, but it was land that you could take care of. I still believe that. He told me about hooking up one of the springs, about the creek for water power, and that he had designed a whole system to harness the power of the creek and how much electricity you could get from that. He showed me the spring outside the 60s house and said that he had always wanted to put a pond there, but that because of the wetlands, they didn't allow. We talked about the lots. We talked about moving square footage. Anyway, that's enough about that. It was always my dream to have a property and catch a fish on that property. I lived that dream. The first time I hooked a fish or I had him on, he got off. That was good enough. But I have caught fish on that property. I've caught several. So my dream has come true on that. I did a ride with Brad. We went to the top of the hill where there's that whole slide. It was really steep. I hadn't been on a horse since camp. I pretended I wasn't scared, not because I wanted to be tough, but because I didn't want the horse to know that I was scared, because I didn't want him taking me off because it was really steep. And once we got to the top, up there, it was one of the best experiences of my life, for sure. The view from there was amazing. Brad's dog got
Hey, Mark.
elk bone, whatever it was, and took it away.
Mark, can I jump in? Because we all share your inspired love for Capitol Creek Valley, but I wanna move us along because the board does have other items on our meeting agenda today.
Perfect.
So we would love to hear
That's enough of the
about.
butterfly. It kind of goes to, it just goes to the fact that one of the things that happened was that, I was afraid of buying property from the county commissioner. And so I talked to him about that, and we had an agreement that he would be supportive of this. And both he and Molly agreed that they would be supportive. And it's been a little upsetting to have letters directed towards this project that are negative, and that's been really hard for me.
That sounds interesting.
In terms of what I'm doing, it's a little under 1,200 acres. There's a little over 1,200 acres. I'm allowed to build on homes on approximately 6 of those 1,200 acres, and then a little less than 12 for agricultural. I've compromised so much. I've shrunk the size of the house. I've lowered it. From where the rocks are, I'm suggesting putting 1 house instead of 2, significantly less agricultural up there. The OST and the AVLT have said, I heard it slightly differently today, but that this is beneficial. It's one less property on the creek. So this is presently what I have. So that's where I would like the white is where I would like to build. If you guys turn me down, I will build it to the right, which I think is slightly less elegant. If we could see the next slide. I'll also have to tear down the 60s and the 90s house, and so I'll need to build a guest house up there, and so it looks something like this. And then I didn't include the slide where there's a bunch of buildings. I talked to a caucus member yesterday, and I asked him if he would write on my behalf in favor, and he said no, he couldn't do that. And I said, well, can I try and convince you? And he said, okay. And I said, if I don't build a house there, I'm going to build 2 houses there. And he said, well, that's something a sleazy developer would say. And I said, well, then tell me, is that something I shouldn't say tomorrow? And he said, no, you should say it. If I was looking at that, that's quite a cutback. And so I've never done this before. I don't know what else I can do. I can't do site reviews for the rest of the properties. That seems like a deal breaker. The idea of color, like the only way I could stick to color is if it's sticking to those 4 slides that I showed. You know, I'm just at a loss. I feel like I've given what I can give. I really hope that you guys will let me make something that's cool for me and also something that's cool for you. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mark, thank you. We appreciate you taking the time to come before us today. And let me just check in and see, Chris, is there anyone else from your design team who's presenting? Otherwise, we'd like to move to public comment.
Do I get my last slide, though?
Yeah, you should see the last slide. I will just make a couple of very brief comments and then we'll wrap up. Patty had a question about the element of the building coming towards the road, and she's correct that there is an element of the building that comes closer to the road. We were asked to put up the 2-story poles that kind of represent the width, if you will, of the overall development. So that's what we did. But certainly, if we're asked to and it makes sense, we'll put up that 3rd-story pole. But they would look like the others because it's all the same height. George had asked, and I think you've hopefully got it through the presentation, but why not let the vested rights expire, or is there any additional benefit? We have 2.5 years, or slightly less, but basically 2.5 years if we wanted to go pursue the existing plan. And I think the best answer to George's question is we think we have a better plan, and we'd like to pursue that. It does involve some reduction in floor area from our side, and that's, if to the extent that that's a benefit to the county, that's certainly in the mix. But it needs to be workable for all parties, but we think we have a better plan. I mean, that's the kind of the simplest way to answer that. We do have some points of discussion in the reso, and I won't go through the reso, but I do want to highlight the 3 kind of big points that we would want to have some comment on before we get into commissioner comments. One is the floor area, and understanding that we would have those rights to the floor area continuing with only landing the 1 TDR. So there's a suggestion that we would have to go find additional TDRs. We're already reducing our square footage significantly, so we would ask that we not be asked to land additional TDRs. Mark had just mentioned not proceeding through a site plan review on the remaining lots. I think that his experience of recent, he's maybe feeling a little bit like a piñata. And so we are asking to continue to be exempt from site plan review. That, certainly could change if our discussions with neighbors, as I say, take a turn for the better. And then we want to be clear about the height. The top of those poles are at 28. And because the topography kind of tips over the edge there, the actual poles are not at 28, but the top of those poles are representing the height that's allowed in the current approvals, which is 28, which we would continue to ask for. So there's a lot more details, but happy to pause there and handle questions, and otherwise hand it back over to Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do you have questions of the applicant?
I'll pass it off to other members.
Greg and George, go ahead. Oh, you're on mute, George? I'm glad you laugh every time. I laugh every time, too.
We're just laughing with you, George.
Oh, that's good. Instead of laughing at me, you can do that as well. Chris, I'm sorry, I just can't find where we're seeing the reductions in the house sizes. Would you please go over that with me, and so I could understand that better?
Yeah, happy to. So each of the 5 lots is allowed 5,000 square feet of floor area according to the 2002 definition.
Right.
And that definition includes up to 4,000 square feet of basement space and up to 750 square feet of garage space. So all in, it's 9,750. So, we could, I think we made a comment at the caucus meeting that if this were the Kardashians instead of Mark Grochon, you would have 5 houses of 9750 dropped for building permit that had helicopter pads and limousines and, completely different environment.
I think quite an exaggeration, Chris. You know,
a little exaggeration, but that's where the 9750 comes in. The reduction I referenced is the what we would like to go to is the 5,000 that Leslie has mentioned. We'd like to continue to have the 750 exempt for garage. So that would be essentially the base development right, if you will, of 5750, which you all are familiar with. That's a common number. And then up to 2,500 available for additional basement space. So that's a net reduction of 1,500 kind of across the platform. The only property that would be exempt from that is the existing one that's already designed on lot 2.
So thanks for that. I'm still, so I thought when Leslie started this conversation, this presentation, there was one house, was a lot 2 that was going to be allowed to go 9750, which included 4,000 subgrades. That's been changed?
No, that would continue. That would continue. In our current design, but that design evolves from day to day. In our current design, we're not utilizing the full 9750, but our allowance, our right, would still be at the 9750.
Okay, so we're not reducing that one.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Greg, do you have any questions of the applicant?
I just wanted to drill down a little bit more on screening. You know, I see you put some aspen trees in to kind of block the view of the house from Capitol Creek Road. The view from the neighbors and the view from the road seem to be a big concern, and that's certainly something that I want to look more at. If the house was invisible, it'd be a lot easier, but it's kind of big and it's different, and you know, of course, you've scared some people in the neighborhood. That's just the fact of it. So how well screened will it be is the one question. The second one is, if it doesn't go where it is on the higher ground and goes down into a lower spot, I think what the second option Mark pointed out, how much lower is that? You know, what does that do to the viewplane, the grade that we're looking at? And I'd like to get a sense of the elevations, and just, you know, I think that, you know, I appreciate his vision, and I think it's an exciting thing that he has in mind there, and I do appreciate that. I think being unobtrusive wouldn't be so bad either. So how do we balance those things? So those are my concerns. We didn't really talk about the crossing the little water area. Is that a ditch? Is that a ranch ditch that's being crossed? Another question there. If it's a ranch ditch that was put in by a previous rancher, and it doesn't seem to be disturbing a wetland, yeah, just wanted to understand more about that. So those are the thoughts on my mind right now. Thank you.
Kelly, I do have.
Okay, Patty, go ahead.
I'll answer, then I'll have Mike.
No, sorry.
I'll wait.
You want me to answer that?
Yeah,
or do you want
no, that's fine. Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead and answer Greg's questions, please.
Yeah, so I'll answer quick, and Mike Alpert can jump in. We do have some screening there on the north side of the home, as Mike had mentioned, with the aspens. The design concept is very much of the natural landscape going right up to the edge of the building, which is different than what we usually see, which is this kind of alien landscape, you know, kind of ringing around the home. So that's a little bit different. And so our intent is for that to be very naturalistic with sagebrush, et cetera, kind of going right up to the edge of the home. The question about moving to if we shift that building envelope back to where we've had it platted before, it's a little bit, I mean, it might be a few feet lower, but is that kind of plane, and we can pull up the picture if you'd like to see that plane is gently sloping from west down to east. So it may be a few feet lower, but I don't know that would be a dramatic difference there. Oh, and then the crossing the ditch, it is a man-made ditch. Part of, I think, Mike's explanation of that is that there is kind of a psychological threshold. So the caucus is not interested in these big kind of ostentatious ranch, covering things that you drive under. But the crossing of the bridge and the kind of the rattle of the bridge has a kind of a psychological "you're home now" kind of feel to it, which is important to the overall theme.
I would just add with the vegetation, aspens have been sort of targeted as the appropriate plant because in that area of the landscape, it is much more muted. You have the grasslands, you have the sagebrush, you have a few gamble oaks. And so we felt that placing something like spruce trees or pines would actually be quite dark and would be quite noticeable. We would rather have, a veil of vegetation that actually looks more like the home than contrast with it. So.
Okay, and Patty had a question here in the room.
Yeah, I appreciated the comments about re-veg and trying to bring in some more native sage, but I think we all are quite well aware that trying to re-veg native sage is near to close to impossible. It's very, very difficult to do. So my thinking was if I was to support moving the driveway, to ask that the old Ranch Road would be re-vegged with sage, it's kind of a moot point. I, for one, would prefer to have an already impacted area be used for the driveway, plus culverting the ditch. If you had to do that to put the driveway over the ditch, you might be then impacting the water supply to the wetlands that's right there by putting the water in a culvert. So I think those are two areas of concern for me. The other thing was, I think, Mike, I think you mentioned it, was how better this is to have one owner planning these 5 lots. For some reason, I don't see the current owner, Mark, who gave a very passionate presentation about how he's fallen in love with this piece of property. I just don't see him building these 5 other homes, but the possibility of selling those off to new owners is probably more the likelihood, and I think we just need to recognize that as we move forward. But I also, the fact that the owner, Mark, has 2 children, it would be easier to have 2 children who had closer access to Capitol Creek Road than having them up Nicholson Creek. But, we were already combining 3 lots of Nicholson Creek, so we were compacting that development up there. Now we're just pushing it down to right on the road. So I'm still not sold, but I think we have more discussion, and we'll have to see what pans out in the resolution, and we have public comment coming. So I'm going to defer any opinions past that.
Okay, I'm going to move us along.
Can I answer the question about the one seller or the one owner?
Please go. Yep.
Are you concerned that, well, I'm not sure who I'm talking to right now, but were you concerned that I may take lots and sell them?
Well, I'm Patty Clapper. I'm a member of the Board of Commissioners. And yeah, my concern would be, I just see you building a family home there, which I totally understand. Great place to raise your children. Yeah. I just don't know about the future ownership of the other lots. That would be something that would come back to us in the future. I think we just needed to bring that up.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. But can I just say, as God is my witness on the life of my children, my plan is to keep it all.
Thank you, Mark.
That is my plan.
I'm going to go ahead and move us to public comment. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing, and I'm going to look to our IT support to try and help me figure out who's on the line for public comment. Again, this is on Bear at Door LLC application for lot line adjustment, site plan review, and extension of vested rights.
So I just want to speak to everyone, since we do have a whole lot of people on the line here. This is Andrew Shoemaker, Pickton County IT. I just want to remind people that if they're on the computer interface, there's a button at the bottom of the screen to raise your hand. And if you're on the phone, *9 will raise your hand. So that will help us, figure out who has comments to make as we go through this.
Thanks, Andrew. And are you going to unmute everyone in case someone's trying to?
Let's
Okay, I'm going to invite public comment for the Bear at Door application. Please go ahead, announce yourself. Is someone with a phone number ending 4968? No? I'm just surprised if we don't have any public comment here. All right, I'm going to give it just another minute because I know there is a lag time at home with Grassroots TV.
They're all his team.
If you have zoomed in, you can unmute yourself to participate in public comment.
We can try and unmute all.
Have you figured out yet?
Let's hit unmute all. So we just unmuted everybody. If anyone has a comment to make, please announce that now.
I'll say that again. All participants have been unmuted. If you would like to provide public comment at Bear at Door, please say your name and go ahead.
Either that or we're closing public comment.
Yeah. Well, Steve's not unmuted. I thought he was going to weigh in.
Let's try and unmute Steve. That's a good point.
Okay. Steve, are you unmuted? I see that you raised your hand. Steve Child, if you'd like to comment on Bear at Door, please go ahead.
Thank you, Kelly. I'm wondering if there's a technical glitch because our understanding there were going to be people phoning in and I don't know why they didn't comment. I was hoping to hear some of the other neighbors' comments first before I spoke. Anyhow, we are generally supportive of a whole lot of parts of Mark's proposal. There are some points that I have some ideas that I think would improve some different parts of his application. I've been on the phone with Mark today, and we are planning on meeting. The hope, I think, is to continue this hearing for 2 weeks, and during that 2-week period, I could meet with Mark and Chris Benden and members of his team and go over the ideas that I have. I've been avoiding, like at the caucus meeting I attended as a commissioner, but I wasn't participating, I was just listening. So the different ideas I had, I was not presenting because I didn't want to have any ex parte communication with the applicant since it was an active application. But now at this point, I decided, that's one reason I decided to, remove myself from your discussion. So now I can go ahead and meet with Mark and look at maps and, go over some ideas that I have to see if there's anything that would appeal to him in that. So anyhow, he has lots of very good aspects of this plan that we like a lot. And so I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I see a phone number ending in 3592. If you would like to comment on the Bear at Door application, please go ahead and say your name and start.
Hi, this is David Chase. I am chair of the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus. I have appreciated very much the thoroughness of this conversation. I am just simply here to reiterate what we have stated in a couple of submittals that we have made to the board. The one thing I think I would say, both for the caucus standpoint and for on a personal basis, I have great confidence in Mike Albert and his ability to shelter this home, and I think I really do think that we will come out the better for it. The biggest concern that the caucus has is the view shed from Capitol Creek Road, and that is still a problematic issue. So finding a way to provide good landscaping around the main home that will break up the long, flat roof, I think is very, very important. So those are my comments, and thank you for, I thank everyone for their presentations this afternoon. It's been very useful.
Okay, thank you, David. Is there anyone else on the line? Could you scroll up? Are there any other hands raised? Is there anyone else on the line who wishes to comment on Bear at Door application? Do I hear someone with phone number ending 4968? Did we do that one?
I thought I heard 4968. Do they not want to?
They muted. Okay, I'll check in last time. Any public comment for Bear at Door application? Okay, closing public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the board. I want to check in with staff that you've heard a request to continue. I don't know what the conversations with the applicant have been about that, and I understand, Leslie, you've heard some new information today that staff may need to re-present to the board.
Right. Well, Chris and I had talked earlier this week about the changes they are proposing to our resolution, and I support Chris's idea in that staff and Mark's team get together and review those proposed changes to the resolution to see what consensus we can come to, rather than go line by line with you all today. So that requires a continuation. There seem to be some proposals, some alternate proposals here with regard to location of the house. Mike Albert presented an amended driveway access that avoids the wetlands. So staff needs time to look at that. Steve Child suggested that he wants to meet with the team and talk about some of his ideas. The next BOCC date that we would recommend, but not sure that this works with on-site meetings, would be June 10th.
And let me check in with the board. I think it would be helpful if we have questions or information for the staff and the applicant to consider.
Please.
Before we would continue this. So, Chris, you have a comment on that proposed direction?
If it's possible, we did hear some of the, I think, commentary that came through the questions, but to the extent that we can hear commentary on the substance of our proposal as it stands, and especially on areas where Leslie and I will have to make some adjustments to the resolution regarding floor area, the site plan review, the 28-foot and some of the other kind of substantive parts of the application that you've heard. I think that will help Leslie and I come back to you with a resolution where we have to do, very minimal wordsmithing.
Okay, so our next portion of this is to go to the board to address any comments they have or feedback they need before the next meeting. So I'll go to George first. We'll do commissioners at home and then commissioners in the room. George, go ahead.
All right, thanks. A couple of things. No big surprise to the board. I'm always very leery about extending vesting rights, especially without getting any real community benefits from that. So what I would like the applicants to consider, it sounds like we're going to continue this, is to lower that one lot 2 from 9750, I think it's 9750 down to a max of 8250, which is the max the caucus allows, which also would include subgrade and a garage. It's always interesting when someone who thinks they found nirvana in a beautiful valley like Capitol Creek, which is just very pastoral, not large homes and not the large developments, but then want to come in and build almost a 10,000 square foot house. So I kind of question how those values happen compared to what the values that we as a community holds true in terms of maintaining the rural character of Pickens County. So I would like to have the applicant look at that. If they want my support for extension of vesting, as well as some of the resos that Chris is asking for. I think we need to continue with a site plan review with staff as this moves forward, just to ensure that everything is going to progress as being presented. One never knows. I don't see eliminating the ability to not be able to use a TDR once you extend or expand the additional square footage. I think that's just part of our program in terms of utilizing those TDRs. And let's see what else. It's funny. It's not funny, but I actually rode my bike up there on Sunday to look at those story poles. And the one thing that really struck out at me looking at that, at least where I was riding my bike and where I saw the vista, was it was really right in the line of sight of Haystack Mountain. And I understand that the height will be limited. It will be lower, single level, and with some aspen groves that will break that up. But that was my first impression. Here you've got a pristine view of Haystack, and now what was used to be a pastoral agricultural field, you've got a home in there. But I understand that you've got development rights, and that's one of the beauties and strengths of our open space and trails program, because we continue to find special places like Upper Capitol Creek to either acquire or to put conservation easements on to extinguish those development rights. So that's why we need to continue with our open space and trails programs. So I think that's sort of my main points if we're going to continue this for the applicants to think about.
Okay, thank you, George. Greg, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think I agree with George pretty much on this. I'm to his points. I'm not going to reiterate what he said. I'm looking at the road and the ditch crossing. To me, is actually something that breaks up a straight road right off Capitol Creek, and I would say that I'm supportive of that. I always question the size of the houses. They're always kind of offensively large. You know, there's a lot of basement space there. There's a lot of storage space down in that basement. I wonder what do you store in a place that large? It's hard to imagine the need for it. That said, you know, if we can come back and we can screen the house better from Capitol Creek Road and maybe break up that roof line as the caucus suggests, I'd love to see proposals on that. And certainly, if there's an opportunity anywhere to reduce the size of the house, that would be something I'd look on with favor. And that's it for me. And I support continuing this.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Patty?
Yeah, I agree with George on the vesting issues. 20 years was a long vesting when we first did this in 2002. And I know times were tough in 2009 with the recession, and God only knows what's going to happen now. But yeah, I think reducing the house size, it may sway me a little more. I think maybe a couple years of vesting might be appropriate then. But the bottom line for me is the scenic impact, having been up there and stood there and looked at, like George said, you look up at that view plane, which the conservation easement in Lot 4 was done to protect, and this is to the side of it, but it's still right there. So anything we can do to lessen that impact, I think, would be very much appreciated. Coming back on the next reading. And I still would prefer them using, against what Greg just said, the existing ranch road access that's already disturbed, rather than disturbing another area there and then trying to re-veg in a existing, you know, native sagebrush area that we know is really hard to re-veg. I have another question though for Leslie. Solar, our new energy code, will apply to this new house.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we incorporate into the roof or the design of this house
Let me
solar?
step back. This application was submitted before we changed the code in November.
So that's another thing we might want to consider. We got this beautiful exposure there for solar access to build an energy efficient net zero home there. I think that would be a huge, and I'm looking at Greg, who is always the one to advocate for that. But when you have a flat roof, that would mean solar panels, if you put them on the roof, would have to go up above a height limit that would further impact the scenic view plane. So that's something to be considered and weighed. But I'd like to hear a discussion on that when this comes back back before us again.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'll just say to Mark, I'll give you, to give you some reassurance a little bit. I mean, you have development right on your property, and there are laws, and our code protects that to, so we'll find something. We'll find the place that works. But some questions I have is, I'd like to understand a little bit more the benefit of even moving Lot 2. When we originally drew these lot lines, it was understood that perhaps having it tucked further in was good for a reason, and maybe that reason was protecting the scenic viewshed of Haystack Mountain. I also need some clarity just about the driveway, not so much where it connects with Castle Creek Road, but just the programming of it in relation to the house and what's allowable, in our code. It's a lot of space. It's just a lot of square footage dedicated to a driveway, and it kind of looks like a crop circle from above. And perhaps that's part of the design aesthetic. Feel free to explain that to me on the next go around. But I do wonder about that. And a technical question I have has to do with how we define existing grade, because I think that matters with how the stepping of the house, as Mike talked about, is affected. Is existing grade at the top of that mound? Is existing grade an average? So that would really help me in terms of where we're kind of measuring that height. And then I'm unclear, just based on Chris's last comments, about what if 28 feet is still being pursued here, or if 25 feet is what is pursued. That may be a change in what our packet had from what you guys really are contemplating there, so that would help. And then I share concerns regarding vesting rights as well. And so, yeah, I think we'll have to see how we crack open that conversation a little bit more, because that 20 years is a long time. And, we continue to try and improve our code for important reasons. So I think that covers me. Greg, it looks like you have more to add. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, it sounds as if this was approved before, of course, we're working on our energy codes, and I think Mark, as an architect who has a global footprint, would understand the need to be pushing toward net zero energy efficiency, super energy efficiency. I think that's the name of the game now. And you might have snuck in, not even snuck in, you may have just been lucky enough to come in before we adopted energy codes. But in my mind, it would seem that it would be certainly an act of what do you call it, compassion for the planet and everyone else to see that a structure this large would be the most energy efficient thing possible. We're talking about net positive now around here. And I don't know if you've been part of our conversations in the Valley. A lot of people, architects, designers, engineers, brilliant thinkers are trying to figure out how we can, build net positive buildings. And we're actually doing it in some places. So I'd love to have a conversation about that, because I know you're a creative guy and you've got an incredible team there. And this is important stuff. This is really important stuff. So,
and I think
I'm
Leslie
sure you are
wanted to
thinking about it.
comment.
I just hadn't heard anything.
My first plan had a farm of solar, and the caucus was against it, and so we agreed to table it for the next time. But my plan was to have a whole field of solar.
Yeah. Thank you. And that
I
was
thought about
referenced
putting
in
it
our
on the
packet.
top, but they're a little shiny.
Okay. So I understand.
At some point, we will have fabric that will do that.
Don't get Greg started.
Yeah. All right, thank you. So I understand our date certain is June 10th at this point. I'm looking to Leslie.
So we need to continue to a date certain, and I guess I just look at Chris and your team. You heard a lot of comment from the board. Is June 10th, does that work for you?
We can make June 10th work. There's a lot to do between now and then. I don't think it's practical to do any time earlier than that.
I do. I want to interrupt. I do. That feels too far out. That's more than 2 weeks.
Can't do it on the 27th.
That makes me very uncomfortable, especially the way that I'm hearing the vested rights talked about. It makes me very uncomfortable.
Leslie, is it reasonable that, we can work double time on our side. Do you have the capacity to hit this hard probably first part of next week?
If we were to consider, and Suzanne's on the line, but if we were to consider May 27th, everything I provide to the board is due Friday.
What are you doing tomorrow?
I'm working on what to do on Friday.
Plus, we have a big agenda.
No.
Yeah. Unfortunately, our board agendas do fill up weeks and months in advance. So I think June 10th will be our first available time for this, it sounds like. Okay.
We'll take the 10th, and we will work as expeditiously as we can to get everything to Leslie. Appreciate your comments, all things that we can work on, and come back to you, and ideally be in a position where you have a reso that's ready to be voted on after we go through our, last things that you asked to be presented.
Great. Okay, I will entertain a motion from the board, please.
I will make a motion to continue this with public comment until June the 10th.
I'll second.
Okay, thanks Patty, thanks Greg. Any further discussion? All right, board, all in favor, please
one
say,
quick
oh, sorry, go ahead, George.
One thing, I just want to make sure, Kelly, this is maybe an ongoing problem, not specifically for this application, is it's always a little difficult to see whether we're really able to get the public comments that we want on the phone. So I don't know if that's a glitch or just people just missed it today, but we know that's a challenge regardless. So maybe have IT take a look at that, not just for this application, but as we move forward.
No, that's a good idea, George. And I'll just ask for anybody who is listening that couldn't comment for some reason or had difficulties and we closed the public comment, please email us so that we can know that and try and work on, addressing any future problems. Okay, you can email leslie.lamont@pitkincounty.com because we do really want to hear from you.
I also want to make a request. It was really difficult today to just be receiving comments this morning on an application coming before us this afternoon, because we don't always have time to pull them up and read them and review them and ask questions. So we really would prefer that people do them as soon as they can now that they've heard the board's first meeting. So hopefully you have an idea how to be concise and get us your comments sooner the better, then we have time to digest them and ask questions. So we're really prepared for the next meeting on the 10th.
Great, I appreciate that, Patty. Okay, if there's no further discussion, all in favor of continuing this hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
I'm going to suggest a 5-minute break for the board. Can we come back at 5:25, please? And we will do our amendment to GMQS. Grassroots, we'll be back at 5:25. Thanks. Okay, welcome back, everybody. It is still Wednesday, May 13th, and we are at the Board of County Commissioners regular session. So thank you. We're on item 15, which is the second reading of an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners amending Title 8 of the Pickens County Code regarding the growth management quota system. And with us, I see Ryan Neely from the Attorney's Office, who has been working with us on this item. Hi, Ryan.
Commissioner, can you hear me all right?
Yep, can hear you just fine.
Great. All right, so I know that you have heard this a couple times already, so I'll at least give my initial start briefly. As you said, I'm Ryan Neely, Assistant Pickens County Attorney. This is a ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, amending Title 8 of the Pickens County Code, specifically Section 6-40, 6-50, 2-30-40, 2-40-40, Table 2-1, and Table 2-2. All of those sections impact the growth management quota system. I think I'll give Cindy an opportunity to jump in here in a moment. But I think I'll start with the updates since we all last talked about this. Last time we were all together on April 22nd, the board agreed or unanimously voted to continue the hearing till today in order to give the Planning and Zoning Commission a second opportunity to take a look at the proposed land use code text amendment. This was a BOCC initiated text amendment. When it initially arrived at the Planning and Zoning Commission, it was undoubtedly a lot of information to try and tackle in one meeting. We met with the Planning and Zoning Commission on May 5th. I want to thank them for their effort on May 5th. They spent over 2 hours talking about the substantive aspects of the proposed text amendment, and their suggestions are outlined in the AIS that I provided tonight, and I will go through some of those. Cindy, do you want to jump in before I get into the substantive stuff at all? Okay. So at its basic, and I've given this presentation a few times, so this proposed text amendment really does three different things. One is it reduces the allotment ceilings, both in the urban growth boundary and in the rural areas of the county. The second thing it does, and it perhaps, or certainly the least controversial, is it amends the application deadlines for submitting different types of applications. It changes the deadline for new development to the fall, and it creates only one deadline for applications for additional square footage in the late winter and early spring. The P&Z really didn't have a big discussion about that. Everybody was pretty happy with those changes, particularly since they are supported by Community Development Department staff as making staggering their caseload more manageable. There were some changes that were recommended by the BOCC after first reading, particularly the ability to appeal certain provisions of certain decisions of the Community Development Department to the BOCC that were widely supported by the Planning and Zoning Commission. I believe Commissioner Clapper originally brought up the point of making sure that a decision to extend the period within which to utilize the award of an allotment was an appealable decision to the BOCC that was supported by the rest of the Board of County Commissioner members. The Planning and Zoning Commission supported that change as well. The last thing that this proposed text amendment does substantively is it, and I just alluded to it, is it reduces or it requires that you utilize an award of a GMQS allotment within a specified period of time. The way the existing land use code reads right now is that the award of the award of a GMQS allotment exists indefinitely. The code refers to it as lapsing. I think the GMQS award never lapses under the code. What I think that means is that it never expires, and that approval lapse indefinitely. This was certainly the largest topic of discussion at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and I'll go through their recommendations in detail. But in short, what had originally been drafted and proposed by staff was that applicants come in for a building permit within 3 years to utilize the TDR, or I'm sorry about that, the GMQS award. The Planning and Zoning Commission thought that was too little time to go through your planning process and various aspects of it. Thought 5 years was more appropriate. I'm going to jump back to, unless anybody has any questions off the bat.
Let's check in. Anyone have questions for Rye at this point? Nope.
No, good.
Okay.
Thanks,
Okay.
Rye.
Yeah, so what the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended on May 5th was they supported a reduction in the allotment ceilings, but they didn't support a reduction quite as far as staff had initially recommended. At least with respect to the rural areas of the county. They were generally okay with the amounts proposed for new development. And I think the best way to think about new development is if you take a look at those numbers in the table that's in the AIS, you just divide those by 5750, you end up with basically the number of lots that can be approved through the GMQS system in any given year, at least as far as the ceilings that exist. So they were comfortable with those amounts. What they were not comfortable with was the reduction to 4,000 square feet for residential additions in the remainder of the rural area, so outside of the UGB. And I'd also clarify, I think it would make more sense in my language if instead of saying the remainder of the rural area, just have it divided into rural area and the UGB. So I think I would update the language in the proposed text amendment to make that more clear. So as I was saying, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended that for residential additions on a yearly basis, instead of 4,000 square feet available, let there be 10,000 square feet available. Part of the reasoning for this was that both the Frying Pan and the Crystal Valley were originally combined with, or were not originally combined with the rest of the rural area. And the way that the proposed text amendment reads right now is they are all combined into one rural area in the county. And they thought that a reduction to 4,000 square feet was just overly drastic, really. And I set out the votes in the AIS, but I did tell the Planning and Zoning Commission I would inform them exactly of what their votes were with respect to each category of the three that we're talking about here tonight. And with respect to reducing, or reducing the allotment in the rural area of the county to 10,000 square feet and raising it from staff's recommendation of 4,000 square feet. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted 6-2 in favor of that aspect of the resolution. So they just really wanted me to emphasize what their conversation was and basically where they are at with that. Any questions about that?
George, go ahead.
I got it this time.
All right.
Unmuted.
Yay, George.
Right, thanks for that. My question is, and I forget, what's current, right now where we don't have the frying pan and the crystal included with all the rural, I'm trying to see what the difference is, what we have now to going just down to 10,000.
Yeah, sure. The current right now is 25,000 square feet in the majority of the rural area, plus 4,000 square feet in the crystal, so a total of 29,000 square feet. And staff had proposed dropping it down to 4,000 square feet, and the Planning and Zoning Commission thought that was a little drastic initially, and thought that it'd be better to have 10,000 square feet. And part of the thoughts behind that is the way that staff reached that 4,000 square foot number is it took an average of the last 3 years and tried to reach a number that was just below that average in hopes of establishing competition in that area. But admittedly, of those last 3 years, there's 1 year where there was no competition at all. So zero in there really threw off the number to a lower level when you did the average. So essentially it was like taking the average of 2 years instead of 3 years. So anyway, they felt more comfortable with the 10,000 square foot amount.
And they felt that that would still address one of the main goals in terms of making this still a competitive process and a better product coming forward?
That's the hope. That's the hope. I think
Is John waving at us?
part of the recognition there was that there wasn't a lot of certainty one way or the other. It was more of a wait and see approach. From my perspective, you're certainly gonna be more likely to have competition at 4,000 square feet than 10,000 square feet, but 10,000 was where the P&Z was felt most comfortable.
And one last question on that topic. Does staff have any different recommendations or?
Well, from my perspective, I was comfortable with 4, but I think 10's reasonable as well, but I think maybe Cindy could probably jump in on that a little bit more.
Yeah, I just think we need to also take into consideration that there are a number of caucuses that also have reduced their square footage through the land use code and amendments. And there are caucuses such as the frying pan and now the Maroon Creek caucus that will never use above the 5750 exemption. So those areas won't be competing at all in growth management for the additional square footage. So just something to consider.
Thanks, Cindy. And let me check in, John Ely, I don't know if you were trying to jump in or just letting us know you were there.
Or was he waving goodbye?
No, he's still there.
No, I'm still here. No, sometimes I hit buttons, sometimes George doesn't hit buttons, I'm all over it.
Okay. Okay,
I would...
Go ahead, Ray.
Sorry, I'll just go off George's point here because it was a topic of conversation at the P&Z at length. And a lot of the conversation revolved around what the purpose of the ability to compete in GMQS for additional square footage was. And there seemed to be a consensus, although this isn't part of the land use code text amendment, but something that the P&Z wanted to let the BOCC know about, which was, the P&Z seemed to be of the opinion that the additional square footage was best served to provide individuals with the ability to compete for smaller chunks of square footage. So for instance, if you needed like 500 square feet to put in an extra bedroom for a family member or something like that, as opposed to coming in for 3,000 square feet in lieu of buying a TDR. So one concept that was floated in the additional square footage, and I think that Cindy is probably going to take this up with her working group, but something for you all to think about that the P&Z wanted to emphasize, was in the area of additional residential square footage, if maybe there was a cap on how much you could request at one time, maybe 1,500 or 2,000 square feet, certainly something below the threshold for purchasing a TDR. So that was just something, just a general point of conversation that came about when trying to reach an appropriate number for residential additions. The P&Z was wary of balancing somebody who wanted to come in for a smaller amount of square footage to do a minor addition to their house against somebody who is coming in for 3,000 square feet or 4,000 square feet of additional square footage. So that was one of the reasons that they wanted to leave 10,000 on the table, was so that if a big application came in for, say, 3,000 or 4,000 square feet in 1 year, they might be able to outcompete somebody that was only looking for 500 square feet for a small addition to provide a place for their mother or father who wanted to live with them. So it's a real balancing act that I think definitely needs some further exploration with Cindy's group, or at least the P&Z thought warranted some additional thought with Cindy's group. So I just wanted to emphasize that point of discussion that was had at the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, thank you. Steve, go ahead.
Well, Ryan, is there any possibility to set aside some of the allotment for small additions, like a 500 to 1,000, and then have another allotment for the bigger projects that would eat up several thousand in one project? So it'd be like having a two-tier system.
Yeah, and so as far as structuring the GMQS allotment system, or how you break those out, there's a lot of discretion there within reason for the BOCC and the P&Z and staff to come up with ideas about how to incentivize or disincentivize the way that the GMQS allotment is utilized in relation to the TDR system. And I know that Cindy's thinking about that, but the Planning and Zoning Commission was definitely interested in expressing these types of ideas to you. Tiering was one thought, and that was definitely talked about during the Planning and Zoning Commission as well. And I just want to be clear, I'm not trying to stray you guys from the text amendments that are in front of you, because I know you had a long day, but the Planning and Zoning Commission did put in a lot of work, and I wanted to get some of that to you. And I know you guys are going to talk about this with them on the 19th, so you'll have a larger opportunity to chat with them about it. And I also know that looks like there's a couple folks here in public comment, so I'll run through a couple of these other things, and then if you want to ask me any questions, that's great, and we'll go from there unless anybody has anything right now.
No, seeing none. Go ahead, Rye.
Okay. Well, the second thing was definitely the Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously in favor of moving the application deadlines around. I told you that was not really a big point of conversation. It wasn't a large point of conversation last time we were together. So that was incorporated into the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation as really no change from what came from the BOCC after April 22nd. And then the last thing was a discussion about the time frame for utilizing the allotment. I do think that this is a big shift in the current GMQS system. It's a lot different than how the system has functioned for a lot of years, at least for the last 10 or 15 years. So there was a lot of conversation about how that would work, and whether it was even desirable. There were definitely members of the public that were not in favor of this aspect of the proposed text amendment. Ultimately, the Planning and Zoning Commission was in favor of this aspect, but as I mentioned before, the conversation was ultimately, or the recommendation was ultimately based on a recommendation to the BOCC that instead of a 3-year period to utilize the allotment, that the period be 5 years. And I think you all can imagine what that conversation revolved around, but it was mostly on a lot of the challenges of getting ready to get your building permit in the door within 3 years. And that was, I just want to make sure I get the vote right here on this, but there was the Planning and Zoning straw poll on this was 7-1 in favor of approving this aspect of the text amendment with a 5-year recommendation to the BOCC. Commissioner Vishansi was not in favor of having an expiration on the allotment at all. And he was mostly concerned about limiting development potential in Pickens County. So I just wanted to make sure I got that right. Those are the 3 main aspects of it. I did clarify that the text amendment does not affect prior GMQS allotments. There was a lot of concern among the public at the first P&Z meeting about that. And there was public comment at the second one to make sure that language is really clear in the proposed text amendment. Other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have right now. Before I do that, though, I do want to emphasize that a lot of the conversation that Cindy and Ellen and Suzanne and I had with the P&Z and members of the public was that, these are a start to get things rolling, get the ball rolling on changes to GMQS. Larger conversations are likely to follow to move towards updating the system and modernizing the scoring to accomplish some of the community goals that everybody that are recognized now as opposed to when the GMQS system was last modified, particularly incentives towards energy efficiency and things like that. So I'm happy to answer any questions and we can keep rolling.
Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, Roy, I'm looking at the part about the second paragraph of the number 3.1, where if someone fulfills their commitments right at the beginning, that they would be able to extend their period. And I totally like that idea. And I think obviously we would want to reward people if they fulfill their commitments before they're actually using up their allotment.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't get to that. I meant to, and I glossed right over it. There was definitely a lot of support amongst the P&Z to set the limit at 5 years now in this text amendment, but in the working group, explore the idea of being able to increase that time frame to utilize the allotment based on the type of commitments that you're making, as well as your willingness to make that commitment in advance, and therefore giving you the ability to have maybe a 15 or 20, or I guess even in the event that somebody gave like something really good, like a really good conservation easement or donate property, even maybe a perpetual. I don't know, that would be topics of conversation. And the vision was, the idea was raised by Joe Krabacher and pretty much unanimously supported by the rest of the P&Z. The idea, it would kind of be like having the criteria for extending vested rights under the land use code, even though the GMQS allotment is not a vested right. It would be similar to receiving a larger allotment period if you were willing to make earlier commitments or things like that. So I'm sorry I missed that, Steve, but I'm glad you brought that up. That was kind of an exciting idea that popped up at like 7:30 on Tuesday night, and we talked about it for about 2 minutes, and everybody was like, yeah, that's a cool idea, and I totally forgot about it. I'm sorry.
Any other questions for Rye or Cindy?
I'd love to hear public comment.
Yeah. Cindy, go ahead. No, you're good?
Just quickly, I think.
Oh, go.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I
sorry,
think
go
there's
ahead.
some creative- Okay, I just wanted to say, I think there's just some creative ideas that came out of that last meeting with P&Z, and we'll talk more about them on the 19th, but I think that there'll be a lot to move forward on.
Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing, and so I would like to open it up to members of the public. Just give us a moment while we unmute. And I will ask that if you are on the line and you would like to comment on the ordinance amending Title 8 regarding the growth management quota system, please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
I just go to
See a lot of.
Joe Wells, I'll
Hi,
just
Joe.
chime in. I don't have any further comment, and I think you've gotten quite enough comments this afternoon.
Are you sure? We're happy to.
That
we're
was
happy
a
to
great
hear what you have to say.
a great comment, Joe.
All right. Well, thanks, Joe. Nice. Thanks for hanging with us. Let's see. Is there anyone else on the line who would like to comment on our amendment to the growth management quota system?
There's that 7454 number.
I see a 7454 phone number. Would you like to please go ahead and say your name and offer your comment?
I think that's Glenn, and I thought he wanted to comment, but
As in Glenn
maybe
Horn?
he's having trouble. Yeah.
Is he unmuted? Can we confirm?
I'll just remind everyone on the phone, the two options you have to interact are *6 to mute and unmute yourself, and *9 will raise and lower your hand.
Thank you.
But he looks unmuted from our side.
Yeah.
Well, we could keep moving.
Yeah, there is usually a delay at home at Grassroots, so since this person's not, I don't know if they're watching from home. Okay, this is the last opportunity for public comment on the growth management quota system. Let me give it 10 more seconds.
Counting down.
No one can say I was rushed.
George has already got his pin
I
away.
know.
I'm taking that pin away from George.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And George, I see you'd like to move us along. Please do so.
Thanks, Kelly. First, I really want to thank the P&Z for taking that second opportunity to really take the time to understand some of the issues. We started this conversation back in January with the board, and I think we all recognize, the board, staff, and the P&Z, that the current GMQS system really was not accomplishing what it was intended to do, and that was to provide better competition amongst those who are applying through GMQS and end up with a better product for the community. And so I think that where we've come out with, I'm glad to hear that the vast majority of the P&Z have agreed on all these 4 points, Rye, and I can support that. I don't have any problem with changing the specific period of time in terms of utilization from 3 years to 5 years. That's such a substantial change from perpetuity that just didn't make any sense. Although there may be some opportunities down the road to look at that as you've expressed some of those ideas, Rye. So I have no problem with that. And I think in terms of, since we are combining the Crystal and the Frying Pan together with the rest of the rural area, and those, and specifically at least three of those caucuses down Valley already have restricted in terms of their house size. I don't have any problem with going to 10,000 for additional development. The new development is okay as it stands. And again, I would just like to say that this is just a starting point for longer conversations as we continue to refine the scoring system, look at better opportunities to further enhance our GMQS applications, as well as future discussions regarding TDRs as they apply to GMQS and also house sizes. So this was just a start in terms of just trying to address some of the quick fixes that we could try to make a GMQS process better for everybody. So I would support this.
Okay, I'll continue to go to commissioners at home. Greg, I saw you first. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I like what George said. I appreciate Rye's last comment. Might want to make sure I'm not muted. Okay. The comment, just the reward for committing to reductions in earlier. That sounds really intriguing. I want to hear more, but I would support this as it is now, and ready to move forward with it. And also to thank the P&Z for the heavy lifting and for the citizenry for their input.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Steve?
Since we are meeting with the P&Z on the 19th, I was wondering if we wanted to pass this today and then discuss it as an afterthought on the 19th, or do we want to talk with them on the 19th before actually passing this? I'd be good either way. I'm putting the idea out there.
George, you're not on mute.
Too bad you can't hear an eye roll. Okay, well, we can circle back around, but let's finish our first rounds of comments. Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, first and foremost want to thank staff and P&Z. Their comments were great, their participation in this, and their concerns about hearing it before the fact and getting to hear it and then getting to hear it again. And I carefully read all the comments submitted by the public. There's some great ideas. I think we can move forward into the bigger discussion. I know I'm keeping this document because I printed all the comments out and have highlighted them, and there's some great points. I do have a question for Rye Neely. One of the comments submitted by Mitch Haas was about public noticing, about he had to send public notices to each and every property owner in the entire zone district. How does that apply to this, or does it? Because we notice the public in general through our regular public noticing process, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. Well, I can think of a couple instances where the land use code requires a property, well, an applicant, I guess, to notice the entire county. Is that what Mitch said, or entire zone district?
He was saying zone district, but how did that apply to this, since it's kind of affecting everything?
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna make a change, if you're gonna do a rezoning or an amendment to the zoning plan for an entire zone district, you do need to go through the noticing requirements of the land use code that require publishing maps and things like that. If you're talking about mailing to the entire zone district, there have been circumstances in the past where that has potentially presented a challenge. I think the land use code, and this is definitely a larger conversation, but I don't know if the land use code was necessarily designed, and I think John Ely would agree with me, to have one property owner be the proponent of a rezoning of an entire zone district, which potentially could require that person to mail to every single individual in the zone district. Now, that's one of the reasons we've seen staff, for example, the Maroon Creek Caucus overlay that just came up, that you guys just approved.
Right.
Staff was technically the proponent of that application, as opposed to the Maroon Creek Caucus, because the caucus would have had to comply with, well, for a few reasons, but one reason is the caucus would have had to comply with a pretty heavy noticing burden that is not imposed on staff when they make changes like this. There's a specific exemption in the land use code for staff or the BOCC or the Planning and Zoning Commission. There is, of course, noticing that's required for any of your ordinances or anything like that. There's just an exemption from the specific mailing requirements and things like that when it comes to a BOCC or staff-initiated rezoning or text amendment.
Okay, because I know that same conversation came up at the Redstone Castle about a rezoning issue. So just wanted to make sure that by the fact that it was coming from us, we're technically publicly noticing everyone, because we publicly notice everyone when we do anything. So, okay, just wanted to clarify that.
We do.
But I look forward to the bigger, broader community discussion. I know we have a lot of people that have a lot of great ideas and a lot of concern. And we've just had good participation, say, with our energy code and the public participation in that. And I look forward to that. I also look forward to meeting with Planning and Zoning on the 19th. So I think that I am ready to, and I do support.
I have comments.
What?
I have comments.
No, but I'm not going to make a motion. I'm not making a motion yet.
Okay.
So I agree with the 10,000 square feet with the 5 years. And I think the point of if you make some great donations, whatever, part of your GMQS application, you do that early on. I think that's a great discussion to have in the future. But, and I think, was there one more time frame? Oh, the timing of the applications. I'm supportive of those three as we move them forward. And will not make a motion until Kelly has an opportunity to comment.
Thank you. I do want to check in with Ryan. I thought there was a fourth thing that you just brought up today, which was just the text amendment of removing remainder of from remainder of rural area in the table and text. And so I want to confirm that we're addressing that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The way I had, when it's really just a leftover from having the frying pan and the crystal broken out from those buckets of allotments, and so the table just read remainder of rural area, and I think it would be just more clear if it was just set out into the UGB and rural area. Mm-hmm. And I guess if you'll make an amendment to that effect, that would be great if you do end up approving that.
And then I do also want to weigh in, deadlines straightforward. I'm glad. Hopefully that helps staff. The use of the allotment, I'm fine with a 5-year plus a 1-year possible extension. I disagree with the comments about the 10,000 square feet because I do want to hone in a little bit to Cindy's comment. You know, what she was saying is that there are parts of the county which will no longer be part of the competition because they don't need it. They have a square foot cap. And so by going up to 10,000 square feet as opposed to 4,000, which we've recommended, we're now creating an opportunity for less competition, which I think goes against what our goal was here. So I would still like to see 4,000 square feet, and I don't know if that has compelled anyone else to agree with me on that. But that's my comment. Steve, go ahead.
So I was thinking about the same thing. 2 of the P&Z members voted for something less than 10,000 and more than 4,000. So I actually was going to suggest we do something in between. We would just have to pick a number, and it could be 8,000. I'd be willing to try a number in between and see how it works. We could always
How
change
about
it in
7? It splits the difference. George, go ahead.
You know me, the smaller the better, so I could support 7 or 7,500. That's a great idea. Of course, this is just for additions, it's not for new.
Right. All right, so now we have 7 on the table. I got Steve and George. Greg, any thoughts on that?
I certainly like the idea of reducing it a bit. 7's fine. I think this is a work in progress, and I think this is progress. So I'm happy to declare victory at 7 if you all are, and then we may have the opportunity to revisit it again.
Yes. Patty, go ahead.
Well, I think we will be revisiting again, so I think 10,000 was just a number coming down from 29,000 bazillion square feet that we'd had in the past. I actually had written 8,000 because I think 7, we're just randomly picking a number. At least 8 is double the amount that's been proposed of 4, and I think it makes more sense. So we're not just saying, I'm going to support 7,225 square feet. I think if we just double it to 8, I think it's cleaner.
I thought I had logic at 7. Yes, George.
Yeah, well, I mean, the P&Z just came up with an arbitrary number as well at 10. We came up with one with 4. So I'm comfortable staying with 7. As you said, Patty, this is going to be further discussions and be further refinement as we move forward.
Okay.
Especially with some of those ideas in terms of incentivizing people, looking at smaller projects versus the larger projects as well. So there's different ways to skin the cat on that.
Patty,
Yeah,
go
real
ahead.
quick, I'm just hoping that in the future when we discuss this, we'll really look at the pot for people who just want the small additions. They don't always have the ability to compete because they don't have the resources or the opportunities. And I don't want to count them out because they want to do a 500 square foot for their grandmother who wants to move in with the grandchildren. I want to make sure that we have fairness here and that we're not throwing them out of the competition because, as I said, they don't have the resources. So I'm hoping that if we go to 7, we will really talk about that in the future, and I'm going to talk to Ryan. I'm looking at Ryan and Cindy on that note.
Yeah, I agree with that, Penny.
Okay. No. Steve, any further comment? You had your hand up.
I would say let's go with 7. Going back to my 2-tier idea, something that Patty said just struck a chord. Maybe there would be a certain amount below which the people get it automatically. If someone only wanted to do 500 square feet, they get it automatically without having to go through the competition. Now, if there were people wanting 10,000 total feet, we might have to rethink that.
Okay. Greg, did you have a comment?
Oh, I wanted to make sure. Are we opening a door there, Steve? That sounds like a Pandora's box to me. I want to hear Cindy weigh in. What if we have 10,000 people asking for 500 square feet?
Well, I'm going to say I don't know if that's on the table for today anyway. It
So
sounds
we'll
like an
talk about
idea
that in
for
the
future. But Cindy, go ahead. You looked like you wanted to weigh in. You're on mute. Okay, go ahead.
Just quickly, I think that the difference, Steve, would be the exemption that we give at the 5750 level. If we said we were just going to give away another 500 square feet, we would be adding to that exemption, really, versus a competition that we're trying to create. So I think there's just more thinking that we need to do about that one. I think the tiered approach may be the solution, but we just need to think through it. Okay. For now.
Yeah, George, go ahead.
Well, I'd make a motion if you're ready to accept one, just to move this
I
along.
am.
Please, George.
Well, I'm making a motion to approve the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, amending Title 8 of the Pickens County Code, Section 6-40, 6-50, Table 6-4, Sections 2-30-40, 2-40-40, Table 2-1, and Table 2-2. You following me? Mm-hmm. Regarding the growth management quota system with one amendment, and that is that we're going to lower the suggested allotment in the rural part of the county for I lost my notes here, for addition from 10,000 to 7,000 square feet.
And make a text amendment to strike remainder of from the table.
And do we need to make a note about the years of the 3 to 5 year change?
I think the 5 years is in there, isn't it?
Is it, Rye?
3 years was the proposed text amendment.
That's what I
This
thought.
is the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission.
You go to 5 years, right?
If that's it, I'll second if that's it.
Hopefully that's it.
Okay, Rye, are you clear? Okay, any further discussion?
That's all.
Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye, okay, we got all 5.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Rye. Thanks, Cindy.
All right, crew, we're not quite done yet. We still have open discussion. I think John Peacock was still on the phone. And before we dive in, I do want to take a moment and wish Steve a happy birthday, because tomorrow's his birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Steve.
And I didn't want us to get through today and forget.
We have cake here and you're going to miss it. Sorry.
Happy birthday.
Go ahead and I want to see Aloysius eating a big piece of it. Thank you. And my birthday's actually tomorrow.
Yes, yeah.
Along with Steve Stanford from Steve's Guitars is also May 14th. So if you see him, wish him a happy birthday.
Okay, I got to get out of here.
Okay, all right, John Peacock, we're in open discussion, and thanks everyone for hanging on.
Okay, I know this has been a really long day for all of you, so I appreciate you hanging in. We do have a couple of items that are probably time sensitive, at least one. And Cindy, are you still on?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Cindy had a follow-up from, I believe, your last, not yesterday's meeting, but from last week on the air quality monitoring. And we're going to need some direction from the board in order to take advantage of that. So Cindy,
Yeah.
over to you real quick.
Okay, very quickly. Yeah, following up on some research with the air quality monitoring, which would be basically a snapshot around the North 40 type area to show the difference between today and then when the airport ramps up again to having more of a regular air service. We were able to work with 2 different companies. One that a citizen had recommended earlier. I looked into that, and they have a monitoring system that's a package of looking at our NOx, the NOx types of pollutants, as well as the PM pollutants, all in this one package, and also looks at the meteorology in the area given that time. It's a real-time sequence that allows us to look at things, and the monitors are rented typically on a 3 or 4 month basis, but we were able to work with them to say, we'd like to look at a month right now and a month when we ramp up later. And in association with that, the other company which is out of Fort Collins, does the VOC monitoring, which is a canister. And the recommendation from the CDPHE, along with some other folks that I was able to chat with, was wouldn't that be great if we could have them side by side, but the canisters would only be up for maybe 6 days at a time on each snapshot to keep the cost down, and it would be a good sample. So all in with the laboratory testing and pulling that together would be under 25,000. So it would be right under 25, right in the 24,000 range to do both types of testing. If you wanted us to break that out, obviously there would be less expensive if you didn't want to do as thorough of a testing. But all in all, I think everybody involved that has more expertise than I do and all would think that it would be a good snapshot and a good study if we did what I just explained and looked at it that way.
Okay. Thanks,
So
Cindy. I
it's
know we'll
about
have
25.
questions. Steve, I see your hand, and then we'll go to Patty.
Yeah, Cindy, the 24,000, is that for one per site? And if we wanted to do 2 or 3 sites, then we do multiples of that? Or
Right.
is the 24,000 for 3 different sites?
No, it's 24,000 for one site, and
Okay.
And it's
Went up a lot.
2 times, one month each time, based on the schedule of the airport for the second measurement.
All right, Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's $25,000 for 2 months. So we don't have a $24,000 coming to us in a couple of months, right? Just, this covers both 2-month period of time. Where is that funding coming from? At a time when we're looking at cutting funding and not having money coming in because of revenue issues, who's funding this? I mean, it's only $25,000, but that's $25,000.
I'll turn that back over to John.
Yeah, Patty, if we do this, we would probably need to fund that out of the, I think it would need to be funded out of the general fund as general baseline study. We could probably do some partnership with airport funding also. But both funds are going to be challenged.
Yeah,
Joy-
I'm concerned for that. I mean, I think we need to do it, and I think now, of course, is a good time. But right now, when we are looking at the big hit to the general fund specifically, if anything, I think it would be appropriate for the airport, because we're talking about when the airport gears up again, we're going to do the testing again, which means we're associating it with the airport. So that makes better sense to me. I'm not sure I can support it without the funding not coming out of the general fund.
George, go ahead.
Yeah, well, 2 things. One, it makes sense to come out of the airport fund, but also, John, don't we have a special project fund, or have we just rolled that back into the general fund?
Yeah, that would be coming out of the general fund still. So we do have some strategic initiatives dollars. I think this would probably tap half of those. Right now, I think we budgeted 50,000 this year around those. So we could pull from that. For the board, the airport fund is also, remember, going to be significantly impacted, even though we've had some federal aid come in, because that fund is funded through revenue shares and such, and all of those are significantly down, as well as the passenger facility fees.
Yeah, so I would support splitting it between, for the special project incentive, whatever you call that, John, in the airport. So that's only like 12.5 for each one. That should not break the bank. If that breaks the bank, then we're really in deep doo-doo.
Sorry, before I go to Steve, Greg, did you have your hand up?
I certainly support doing this. I appreciate it. Cindy, thank you for digging in. John, thank you for digging in on this. I'm happy to let you figure out where the money's coming from, whether it's airport or general. I'm fine with that. I just wanted to make sure that the design of the test is vetted well enough that we really know we're getting what we want to get as best we can here. If one of the tests needs to go to a different location, or if there's something that comes up, I want to make sure we have some flexibility. But I'm going to trust the test designers to get this right in the one or two times we're doing it. But I'm really happy to see this. Thank you.
Okay. Steve, did you have another question? Go ahead.
Yeah, some people in the community are going to scream bloody murder if, for instance, we don't put a testing thing at Aspen Village, or if we don't put one in their neighborhood by Cemetery Lane or somewhere. Could we solicit donations from people if a neighborhood wants to have a test done, try to raise the money there for it? So we could do, I think it'd be valuable if we could do 2 or 3 sites instead of just one.
I think time is of the essence. And if we're going to move forward, we should have probably done it a month ago, because now that everything's gearing up again, we're seeing all the traffic on the highway again. So I think if we're going to do it, we need to move it quickly. And I think one site, and I don't have a problem with splitting the funds, except I wish we didn't have to take any out of the general fund, because even special projects, we're going to have special projects coming our way, guys, that might qualify for the use of that money, other than this, like public health projects.
Cindy, I have a question. Will we be given the raw data and then any interpretation of the data? What is the output?
Yeah. We get the raw data on a daily basis on an online system from the one company that has the multiple variables. Then we've got the other company with a canister, and they're used to taking the data from the lab and putting it into a report, and they've offered to take the data from the first company and put that into their report for the same price. So we will get a report at the end with everything pulled together. But we can't expect for this price to get a report every day with analysis.
Okay, thanks. Greg, you have a question? Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, following up on what Steve said earlier, if there is a suggestion from somewhere in the community or from one of the companies that there'd be value in another testing site, it'd be good to know and know what the a la carte price would be. We can commit to what you've outlined today, and I'm happy going forward with that. But if an opportunity comes up and private funding is needed, we could ask, as Steve said, ask around. So I just want to keep that option open as an a la carte item, but let's commit to, moving it forward today.
Okay, Cindy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that one of the reasons why this is all time sensitive is because it does take a certain amount of lead time from the companies, because the canisters have a shelf life and they have to be ordered from the labs. They can't just be sitting around and they're not in some warehouse, so we have to order those, get those online, and have those moved through. And then as well, the company that has the system, the air monitoring sensor system, that will take about 2 weeks to get them to ship that to us. And then the company then it has to be set up by the technicians out of Denver. Mm-hmm. So there's lead time. So if other neighborhoods wanted it, I would, my lead time right now is if you say, yes, we need to go, I need to let them know right now so that it could be up in 2 weeks.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Cindy. Yeah, I really appreciate all your effort. I know this is out of your normal scope, so thank you for helping shepherd us through this. And I think you have direction. Do you need any more clarity from the board on this? No? Okay. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And John Peacock, anything else for open discussion?
Unfortunately, just a couple more. We didn't get to future agendas yesterday. I just wanted to note for the board that next week we will probably cut the Board of Social Services briefing to an hour so we can have time for another COVID-19 update and discussion. And then earlier today, I guess I should check, GR was going to be on. I don't know if he is on.
Well, for future agendas, John,
Yeah.
did we secure a time with our folks in DC for next Wednesday?
Yeah, George, it's set for 10:30 in the morning for an hour with us, as we originally planned, and then they'll join in at 11:30.
Okay, great. So I guess we just have to notice that a special meeting.
Yeah, and that went out to Charlotte today. John sent that out, so
Great.
that should be added in.
Thanks,
And then,
Do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I was just going to thank George for bringing that up so we can plan our schedules, these last minute changes. I mean, we've had 4 changes with the Board of Health meeting for tomorrow. So it's nice if we can plan ahead and be on those meetings when we can.
Okay. GR was going to join us. I don't know if he's still on or not.
I don't see him.
Okay.
Unless,
we'll give an update next week. Last thing is there was discussion earlier today about Independence Pass and bringing that back in open discussion. I don't know if you guys want to have that conversation now or if you want to push it to next week.
I'll ask Greg, who brought up the topic.
Right, yeah, that just came to me from somebody in the community wondering, maybe it's just a suggestion we check in with Lake County and CDOT to see where they are. I know we certainly have some people in the community who would love to keep the pass closed a bit longer in order to reduce the number of people flowing through town. And I know we have others who would love to see it open. So it would be interesting to see what Lake County's thinking, because I don't know what they thought.
So just real quickly, there has been a discussion. There are, I guess, 4 stakeholders and 1 decision maker at the table. So you have the Pike National Forest, White River National Forest, Lake County and Pickens County as the stakeholders, and then CDOT as the decision maker. Earlier when we talked about the pass potentially opening on June 1st, those discussions did happen with all 5 entities, and all 5 entities at that time agreed to that June 1st date, kind of anticipating that public health orders would run through at least that period before there would be any loosening. CDOT did express that they'd be willing to listen to further requests, but we at this point our understanding is Lake County is comfortable with the June 1st date. That kind of corresponds with the expiration of their current public health order. As it does with ours. Now, all of that could change, obviously, if our data in either county changes. So I don't know if that helps inform the conversation or not.
It sounds like we're flexible, which is great.
Well, it sounds like we're set for June 1st.
Pretty agile in that decision making, because it's really it's about the bathrooms being open, and they can always close the gates like they do for a blizzard. So that's something that I think we can be fairly flexible in.
Okay, Steve?
This is a very short topic. You had wondered at the end of the Barrett door if people had tried to call who didn't get through. We had 2 people call us who were trying to get through, and they weren't being successful. So that was the case. I don't know what the problem was, but maybe people need more instruction on how to do it or something. I don't know.
Okay. Well, can you pass their info along to Leslie, because she's going to sort of ferret that out. Thanks.
For sure, and we could let her know that 2 people, that Molly told me. Maybe others have called since then that I'm not aware of, but there's at least 2. And I'll pass that on to Leslie.
Okay, thank you.
And then Cindy did remind me 2 other items we didn't get to yesterday were one, the prep for the P&Z meeting. I think you had a little bit of that. And then there was the issue that the Woody Creek Tavern brought to the table. Now we can either push those to next week or talk about those this evening.
What is our prep for P&Z, the meeting is next week. So Cindy, do you need our quick input?
Sorry.
So do you need our quick input on that? We've identified the GMQS, the broader conversation. George, did you have anything else to offer for that? That's good.
Yeah, I thought we already pretty much discussed we do GMQS with P&Z.
Yeah,
I think that'll take
our
the whole
hour.
meeting.
Yeah, we only have an hour scheduled for that meeting, I think. And then is the Woody Creek a very pressing request? I mean, if restaurants aren't open yet, they're not seating people. So we might be able to talk about that next week. George, go ahead.
I'm concerned, John, I'm sure you are, that we start to look at these one-offs independently, one after another, without, again, we started this conversation knowing we wanted to have a policy that encompasses the entire sectors.
Right, and that's basically, I think, where we're gonna go with that, George, is I think both, there's 2 issues. There's our own code that we need to come back and talk about, and then there's the liquor license requirements. The state has provided some indication that they're gonna be providing some flexibility during the pandemic, so I think we'll understand those. What that might be better in the next probably 7 to 10 days. And, I know Cindy's been looking at what code elements we would need to be looking at also. So I think those are things we can bring back.
Okay. Steve,
Cindy, unless you see something. Okay.
Yeah, just really quickly, we checked in with some other jurisdictions on whether or not they had resolutions, ordinances, ways to deal with it, and got back some information from the, I think it was American Planning Association or someone. Suzanne and I have signed up for a little short seminar tomorrow on all the issues going forward with this. And I agree, it's not a one-off thing. We don't have that many restaurants in Pickens County, but other communities are coming up with the same questions. So hopefully we'll have a better, more rounded discussion for you next week.
Thank you, Cindy. Steve, go ahead.
So I would favor doing a general policy that would apply to any restaurant that's in the unincorporated county that wants to do something like the Woody Creek Tavern is requesting. So we don't have to, they can apply for it. We'd have a policy. If they qualify, then they could get the proper exemptions or whatever.
Okay, anything else?
I think that's it on my end.
Great. Can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
I will move to adjourn.
Second.
All right. All right. No further discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. And Steve, have a great birthday.
Happy
birthday, Steve.
Kelly, great job running this. I don't know how you do it. Grassroots, thank you, staff, you guys.
Thank you.